Going to call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, May 6th. It is 9:01. We are at the Town Hall Chambers at 2731 Oak Street in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. This is a regularly scheduled town council meeting. All council members are present, including town manager, town clerk, and town attorney. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Be with us today as we consider and take actions for the overall good of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Help us to choose the wisest and best direction to take, and help us arrive at those directions with interactions that are dignified, respectful, and well-informed. Thank you for the solemn honor of serving the public in our roles, and continue to bless those who are fortunate to live here and work here. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next is the approval of final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to pull C through I of the consent agenda, please.
And my understanding under public hearings, item C, Moss Marina, they would like to continue that. And I think they're here for representation.
Item C for public hearings. Right?
Moss Marine Ordinance 24-09.
And that needs to be continued to a time certain.
Okay. Do we do that once we go through the consent agenda, or how do you procedurally want to do this?
We can go ahead and find out when they want to have it right now,
Okay.
and then we can do it now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Do I need it? Am I good? Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. For the record, Jenna Persons Malika of the law firm Strayhorn, Persons, Malika and Fisher, on behalf of the applicant and owner, Freeland, Florida Holdings. And today we come before you asking for a continuance of the CPA hearing. And our request is a continuance of the small scale comprehensive plan map amendment until such time, it'll be a date uncertain, but until such time that the companion commercial plan development rezoning application is ready to come before this town council. We applied for both applications at the same time in August of 2023. And it's not uncommon that the small scale map amendment moved faster than the more detailed plan development rezoning. But Mr. Mayor and council and the town has done a great job in explaining the process to folks. And that is a two-step process. We can't do any redevelopment unless we get both approved. However, folks want to talk about the project. They want to talk about the details. And we want to continue to hear what they have to say. So we're asking to slow down the small scale plan amendment so the CPD can catch up, so we can continue to have those conversations, take in the feedback and make adjustments. So that's our request. I know under the code that you can continue to a date uncertain, and we would just ask for that flexibility to work with staff to marry those up so that they come before you at the same meeting in the future. And Mr. Freeland just wanted to make a quick comment regarding on what he hopes to accomplish as we move forward.
Thank you, Jenna. Good morning, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I just want to thank you all for your time and all the people who were going to show up today or supporters, those opposed. I just want to thank them all for their input. I think that's an important part of the process, and we've tried to embrace that from the beginning, starting well over a year ago. So we look forward to working with you. We knew the time's come to do that. We'll marry these back together. Want to work with the council, find out what is mutually beneficial to the town. I think from the beginning, I've said it's got to be good for the neighbors, good for the community, and good for us. So it's a three-legged stool. So look forward to working with you, and hopefully we can find a resolution that fits all those goals. So
Thank you, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Mayor, I want to also say if anybody came to speak on the item today and didn't get the notice that we were planning to continue it, it's my understanding that they can talk during the public comment portion that is coming up, and we're eager to hear what they have to say. But we want to move forward and work on a project that's a legacy project for the town. Mr. Mayor, Council, that's our request.
All right. Thank you, Jenna. Becky, procedurally, do a motion on that first before we go to the consent agenda, or
Yes, I would, because we're still setting the agenda.
got it? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the request to continue to a date uncertain?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to approve the amended consent agenda with items C through I pulled by Counselor King?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, I have Bill Veach.
I must say that's quite a shirt.
Well, when you have workers around the house, sometimes you need to spell things out for them. I would just say that, I understand the strategy with the developers. It would be, I think, consider on their part if they would have given people more notice, because I know some people actually have lawyers that they were paying to be here in the morning, and coming up with a notification the night before on a Sunday night, it seems to be a little short. So it would be good if they're going to change the schedule to give more warning for the public, so they don't come up with expenses that they don't have a problem with. But I'm here to talk about, I know you guys are talking about the comp plan, and there's a couple things coming up in the agenda that have an impact on things like, evacuation and the flood insurance rates that we're losing. One of the complaints on that is that we have that there hasn't been sufficient, there's been too many buildings being put up without permits, and there's been a lack of documentation. Certainly one thing in your agenda is about a pretty egregious case of someone building without a permit. And I think those should weigh on everything you do. But I specifically want to talk about the CB zoning district. I know you're talking about the comp plan. And this is something that we've talked about before. Currently, the CB zoning district is very restrictive. People are allowed to do what they had, and that's it. So if someone had a shop, they can't put a restaurant in. If someone had an office, they can't put a shop in. I think that, I know you guys had a conversation about taking an area which is residential and making it into a commercial kind of a hub. You already have those areas. I think, and a lot of those are for sale and they're not moving. I think they're priced for expectations that they'll be able to do a lot more. But right now they're very restricted. So I would recommend when you come to the CB zoning district, there's a couple of these I've had conversations with, and they make a lot of sense. And one is, you say that you open up the uses people can have, but maybe you make them smaller. So when someone has a 5,000 square foot footprint, instead of a 5,000 square foot restaurant, they put a small restaurant and a small shop, so that instead of a destination, it's more serving the local community that are in a comfortable bicycling walking district. What that does for you is it doesn't make it conflict with the neighbors as much. And also, if people are biking and walking, they're not driving, they're not getting in their cars. It reduces the parking demands and it reduces the traffic demands. And then on top of that, I think that it makes sense to give people a floor of residential, which is consistent with whatever the neighboring zoning is. And then if someone wants to put an extra floor, they can do that if there's like owner occupied housing, workforce housing, or critical services like, hairdressers, banks, doctors, the kind of thing that we think we really need on this island. I think that if you come up with a plan that makes sense, that gives certainty to it, then you'll get more movement in the CB zoning district, which right now there's not a lot going on because of that definition. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
That's all I have signed up in general public comment.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Yeah, come on up, Howie.
Hi, my name's Howie Hoffman. I've lived on the beach a long time, and I just want to thank everybody here for all the help you did with the senior softball. We really appreciate it. And I just want the council to know, thank you. Thank you all very much for a great season. And that's about it. And where's my seat gonna be?
For your nap?
No, for when I run for council.
It's the first door on your left.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Howie. Is there Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? If not, we'll close public comment. Next, we have local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by thanking ABC 7 and NBC 2, plus the rest of the Hearst employees for the cleanup they did on Fort Myers Beach. I think it was a little at the end of April. It was all part of their Hearst Gives Back, so thank you for that. I want to recognize the town manager, Andy Hyatt, on reaching his one-year anniversary with the town of Fort Myers Beach. It was last year when Amy and I first interviewed you. I think that was the first interview we did together. You said at that time that you were interviewing us as well to see if it would be a good fit. And I thank you for choosing us and staying with us. And lastly, speaking of anniversaries, I do, being the chief person I am, want to take the airtime to thank my best friend and wife for choosing to stay with me for 34 years of marriage. And that was yesterday. Sorry, fellow fun seekers, but that's somebody right there that I enjoy more than anything in the world. And there's no one person I enjoy spending more time with. So thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thanks, John, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Holt.
Congratulations. There's no way I can follow that, so I have nothing additional. Thank you. Congratulations.
Councilor Woodson.
Happy anniversary again.
Councilor Safford.
I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for the great event they had last week. It was a tribute to everybody that worked so hard, as well, honoring Mitch as well. But the vision in that room was moving forward, and I mean there was 100 people there. It was positive. It was a great vibe, and it's a shout out to our community. It's not just the chamber; it's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really honored to be a part of it, and there was a lot of people there. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything else?
Nope.
Very good. That was on my list as well, but I think you covered it just fine. The only other thing I have is this picture that you see right down here in front of us was graciously donated to us by the FMB Kiwanis. Sandy Lepley reached out, and unfortunately, evidently, I can't keep a very good calendar. I put it on the wrong Monday, so I wasn't there to receive it in person. But we thank them for this picture. We'll find a place to put it up. It'll go somewhere good in the temporary permanent town hall. And that's all that I have. Next, we have advisory items, reports, and appointments. Tidal Basin update. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Also council members, town staff. My name is Jeremy Speaks, representing Tidal Basin. I'm the deputy director. First and foremost, I want to say you guys should get excited. Tidal Basin has been doing consistent and hard work for the town of Fort Myers Beach. As right now, we have a total of 7 projects obligated under FEMA public assistance for a total of $19.8 million. Give yourself a hand clap, because through your hard effort and your work, we're able to get that information that we need to push it through for FEMA. So give yourself a hand clap. But even despite all that, we're not done yet. We have more projects that's still in the pipeline.
Say, Jeremy, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but could you just kind of take it up 10,000 feet and explain to those who are watching what it means to have a project obligated and how that works from just a 10,000 foot level?
Yes, sir. No problem, Vice Mayor. So to the public, so FEMA has a process when you have projects that you had damages from the storm. You are given an opportunity to get those projects together. So in collaboration with our company and with the town people, we're able to get all the information to document those damages. Then also to get the cost for those damages and how much that has cost. Now it has gone through the FEMA public assistance process. So basically it has gone through multiple reviews from insurance, mitigation, EHP, which means environmental historical preservation, and to the point that we're finally obligated. So now we're receiving funding. So that funding has now hit your coffers, your bank, to be able to do the work that you need to do to restore the town back to where it was before.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. But like I said, we're not done yet. We still have more work to do. We have a total of maybe roughly about 20 projects that we want to get done and completed for the town of Fort Myers Beach, and that's for FEMA public assistance. We also have been working on your Idalia projects. There's a total of 2 that we're trying to get finalized for you as well, so those could be obligated as well. Also, title base is not done yet, and we will continue to work because we're also working and making sure that you get CDBG money. And you know what? I believe it's on your agenda, on the item H or I on the consent agenda, because there's $1.5 million that we help you get for the CDBG planning. But we're not done yet. And when I say we're not done yet, we're still working to make sure that you are getting 404 mitigation. 404 mitigation is very important, and you are able to get that community block grant information. And so far under Hurricane Ian, Fort Myers has submitted 7 hazard mitigation grants, and 6 are actively under review. We have home elevation, home acquisition, home reconstruction, generators, Bay Oaks community retrofit, living shoreline, and utility elevations. And they're currently in the process to getting reviewed by doing the environmental engineering and programmatic R5s. And that means request for information. So as we continue to actively work with you guys to get that information, we'll keep you updated. Also, we're doing some more CDBG work for Hurricane Nicole. And we have a total of 5 hazard mitigation grant applications, 1 for home acquisition, 1 for generators, 1 for Bay Oaks community retrofit, another for Moss Marina generator, and a 5th one for utility elevations. And we're still working through those R5s as well. And finally, we have Idalia. Idalia, we are submitting 2 hazard mitigation grant applications, and that's for critical facility generators, as well as utility infrastructure retrofit. So as you can see, Title Base is working hard for you because you allow us to work hard for you. And we appreciate that. And we want to continue this collaboration as we to get you some more dollars so we can maximize your funding. Thank you.
Because we're not done yet.
We're not done yet.
So, Jeremy, before you run off,
Yes.
could you give, I know it's a hard number to put on it, but a rough timeline on the obligation process? I know we had quite a few that are in the review process. The pool, for instance, is one.
Mhm.
Is there a rough timeline? People, I mean, you know, we get asked a lot of what's been, almost 2 years since the storm. And we're still in obligation phases. And in your experience and Title Basin's experience, how long do you see these things carry on?
It depends, Mr. Mayor. I'll be honest with you. I've seen projects that take a year. I've seen projects that take a year and a half. It all depends on the nuances of that project, because you have environmental concerns, you have mitigation things, you also have to deal with insurance. So all those review queues are something that you have to take into factor. So for me to give you like an estimate of like how many times, how long will it take, will be very egregious of me. So I wouldn't say that. So therefore, I will tell you, we will continue to work and keep you up to date on all the progress of the timeline, as well as especially as soon as we get to obligation.
Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes I get tired of hearing it from the 5 of us.
I understand, sir.
So to hear it from the experts, I think means a lot for people to hear that.
No
Vice
problem.
Mayor?
Just to follow up on that,
Yes,
Jeremy, if you could, the 7 million, or I'm sorry, the 7 projects that are obligated for 19.8 million.
Yes, sir.
So that means they've already been designated obligated. Is that a designation? In other words, and does that mean that check is in the mail, or is there still a long process ahead?
The check should have been either you have to already received it, or it's on the mail, sir. I have to look back at the obligation dates and see where it's at in the FDM process of receiving that funding.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Can you be specific what those 7 projects are, just for public knowledge?
Yes, sir. That's one is your emergency protective measure expedited project. Another one is your emergency berm. Another one is your beach renourishment. Another one is your vehicle equipment loss or damage in Ian. Another one is Palm Avenue restroom trailer. Another one is some of your management costs. And another one is your Fort Myers DRRA 1206 application certification.
Thank you.
All right.
What is the last one?
Uh,
What was the last one that you just said?
Fort Myers DRRA disaster recovery.
Oh, okay.
Alphabet soup.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Yeah, take care.
We also have the Marine and Environmental Resources Task Force. Jennifer?
It's right here. I just turn it on.
Oh, looks like it's
there.
on.
Okay, so good morning, Jennifer Rusk, resident, Marine Environmental Resource Task Force member. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, and Town Manager and all staff. This morning, I'm here to bring you and present to you the new children's activity book that, with the help of our beach school, had contributed some artwork to it. It's finally done. We have a few little typos, but for the most part, it's done. I'm very proud of it. I think Fort Myers Beach should be very proud of it. It's going to be very educational. So I'm just going to go through it quickly with you. Okay, it's 16 pages. The actual activity book will have a harder opening in the front, just like this, and then it will have regular paper on the inside. So the first page is
Say, Jennifer, just for folks who are watching, just talk a little bit about what you're going to use this for and how you utilize it and how many you give out usually.
Yeah, I was going to get to that at the
sorry,
end
go
of the
ahead.
presentation,
Beautiful.
but
No, that's fine.
if I could just go ahead and go through the activity book. So this will be a harder cover, flippers and feathers, our beach friends forever. And it shows, of course, our shorebirds and a child looking at the birds flying and the sea turtle. The back of the page of the cover will have "Welcome to Fort Myers Beach." This is where a child can sign her book or his book and age. This is page number 3. This is information on loggerhead sea turtles. There's an activity. Now, this activity book is actually really for all ages. We tried to include activities that would be good for younger children as well as older children, and I think adults will appreciate it as well. So this page, basically, if you can see it, just starting in late April, beneath the light of the moon and stars, mother sea turtles crawl up the beach to lay their eggs. But sometimes they are blocked by sandcastles, toys, umbrellas, or they are confused by lights shining on the beach. Even big holes might trap mothers. And then you put an X on the things that don't belong on this beach at night. And then this is page 3. And it just gives some information on volunteers and what they're doing out there first thing in the morning, looking for crawls and nests. There's an activity at the bottom to circle the amount of eggs that might be in that clutch. This is Turtle Time Inks page, and it talks about the different species that can be colored. Page 5 is a maze, and at the top you see you've got to get the babies down to the water from the sand dune, and mama needs to get up to the top, and then there's some information on the side. Page 6 is talks about manatees and slow boating speeds. Page 7 is about our shorebirds, and there's activities. Draw a ribbon connecting the stakes around the nesting area. Draw a picture of yourself standing outside the nesting area, and draw a circle around the birds, eggs, and baby chicks who want you to be a BFF, beach friends forever. Talks about our 4 imperial nesting shorebirds: black skimmer, least tern, snowy plover, American oyster catcher, and the importance of taking care of them. We're so lucky to have these birds on our island, since we're the only island in Florida that has all 4. So this talks about the things that we should do to try and protect our seashore nesting birds: keeping your dogs on leash, filling in holes, not running after the very tired birds. And there's activities: circle and eliminate what might harm the chicks. This is crow's page. Just gives some information on the different species that we're so lucky to have and should protect. Talks about fishing gear, human food feeding, litter, how sea turtles can accidentally eat a plastic bag floating, thinking it's a jellyfish, and just about boating safety for our wildlife. Page 10 is our word search, and to the right we have very proud. This is some artwork from the beach school, and you can see the crab right here. They named the crab Pepper, which I thought was really cute. Page 11 is our coastal plants. Adults can color the different species that you'll find in our sand dunes, and our estuaries. Talks about dune flowers, railroad vines, and the importance of making sure that our dunes are planted and well cared for. Not only to protect our animals and our wildlife, but also for our property as well. This one I particularly like. How long does it take? How long does it take for plastic containers, nylon, plastic bags, bottles, glass bottles, balloons, aluminum cans, leather, and other things like cigarette butts to break down? And the answer's on the bottom. Page 13, it's time to take the beach. And the Beach Friends Forever pledge is, just to name a few, I will pick up all my beach toys at the end of the beach day. I will fill in the holes and dig in the sand that I dig in the sand by the end of the day. I will not take home any live creatures, even the ones that are living in shells, and so on. Once they mark those off, then they are officially Beach Friends Forever, BFFs of Fort Myers Beach. Here is a little map. It's not detailed, but it gives all the locations of our natural resources that we have. Bowditch Park, Lynn Hall Memorial Park, Bay Oaks Recreation with the address, the Bound House, Newton Park, and Critical Wildlife Area. The back of the page, the back of the book. Beach Friends Forever. And a child actually drew the key, and at the top of the paper I thought was very inventive, the key to a beautiful beach, and they drew a beautiful key with wildlife in it. So with that is an activity book. Very proud that Fort Myers Beach will have its own activity book to give out. I have now been contacted by Lee County Visitor Bureau, who would like to hand these out. I know other businesses, restaurants. I've had a lot of people that have rentals and condos and other places that want to give them out. So I'm very proud. I'd like to thank town staff, Murph especially, our Andy, Jason Freeman, Jeff, and to Lisa and everyone that helped on this project. All I need from you all is the go to press. Take it to press. Also, the money that Murph has decided to print 10,000 copies out. We do have the budget for it. And so that's how many we're going to start with. Other people and other organizations, if they want more, they can print it out for themselves. Any questions?
Go to press.
That's what I wanted to
At
hear.
least that's what I say. Anyone else have any objections?
Or
Second.
questions?
Second.
Okay.
Nice job.
Yeah. Thank you so
Very
much.
nice.
Have a great day.
Thanks. Is there any other committee that would like to say a few words? No? All right. Next, we have the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting on April 15th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Mayor, I've got a correction.
Yes, sir.
Under number 11, public hearings, it states Councilmember King read the title of the resolution. I believe that should be corrected to change to Mayor Allers.
Very good.
And with that, I'll move to approve as corrected.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the two items that have remained on the consent agenda, items A and items B. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda carries unanimously. Next are the items that are removed from the consent agenda. Items C through I were pulled by Counselor King. The first item is item C, Resolution 24-76, the CDBGDR application and grants for public facilities and critical infrastructure. John?
Well, we got a brief overview of it earlier, just a detailed explanation or what can be shared with the public.
So basically what we're doing in this bucket, all the asks that we go through with the CDBGR are considered what we call buckets. This one for infrastructure is dealing with a large variety of asks on part of the town. We're going to be asking for money for the pool. We're asking that for a couple of different spots, not only with FEMA on the PA side, but also with the DR money, which would get going a lot faster, the project. We're looking for Newton Park improvements. We're looking for infrastructure as far as the stormwater aspects that were not covered by the Tier 1 project to be included in that, as well as maintenance and possible repair or additional water tower in the north end or west end of the island, which is currently in the process of being worked on. So there's quite a few asks, as well as Old San Carlos lighting project to be put into that bucket.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
And those numbers are right. Minimum 5 million, maximum 50 million.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve a consent agenda item C?
Mayor, I'll move Resolution 24-76, CDBGDR applications and grants for public facilities and critical infrastructure.
I'll second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is item D, Resolution 2492, Disaster Recovery Services Piggyback Lee County Agreement. John?
Just some explanation on that, please.
Yeah, so we earlier in, I guess last fall or earlier this spring, we adopted our debris monitoring for hurricane season coming up this year. A multi-year contract with Tetra Tech for the monitoring phase of that was facilitated prior by Thompson Incorporated. This bid here allows us to go on piggyback with the county services for the debris cleanup. So it'd be using the same vendor that we've had for a few years now with Crowder. But basically using their contract, which gets us a nice, easy pass and have a vendor in place for hurricane season.
They're just on standby and.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
So I have a question. When you had the debris cleanup, I know that, obviously during Ian, it was debris everywhere, and we used Bay Oaks and we used the south end and that, and, don't want to see that happen again. So do we then also piggyback on Lee County locations for debris?
To a point, we're not going to have the same, well, I shouldn't say that. It was because of what Ian did to the island that we used the facilities that we used. The south end was currently or immediately kind of closed down to bringing debris down that way. A couple of the contractors that work locally on the island have given us a ton of areas to put debris in. Also, to your point, with the accesses that Lee County has already procured, we'll be able to use those as well. So we're not going to be using the Bay Oaks property, the Little League field, those type of things.
We're also looking at one or two locations off island. We're just kind of talking to the owners of those properties that are on San Carlos Island or just a little bit beyond to help with us on our debris because of those exact concerns.
Any other discussion or any other questions?
Mayor, I'll move Resolution 24-92, Disaster Recovery Services Piggyback Lee County Agreement.
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is item E, Resolution 2493, Demolition Services, City of Fort Myers. John?
Frankie?
So to your point, sir, we're going to kind of encapsulate both of the following two ones together because they kind of do flow together. The first one is taking on a contract that the city of Fort Myers already procured for demolition contact. This is going to go towards our unsafe structure program that we've got currently in the works. And we thought it wise to not just have one vendor, to have multiple vendors. So you'll see the next one is a piggyback off of the contractor used by Bonita. We're also going to have local contractors that'll help as subcontractors that don't have to go out for this part of the contract to aid. Our thought process was we wanted to get the program flowing. We wanted to get immediate results. We don't want this to be dragging on for months on end. So if we could get multiple contractors in here, all under the guise of the same purchasing price or basically parameters for the contract, like square footage, disposal fees, those type of things, that we'd be able to facilitate the demolition of these unsafe structures in a lot more expedient manner.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Frankie?
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-93, demolition services, city of Fort Myers.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is item F, resolution 24-94, demolition services, Bonita Springs, piggyback. I'll just go right to you, Frankie.
Thank you. Eliminate the middleman.
It's basically the same answer. The way we had to do it was this is a contract that's already going, so we're able to jump on it. The other one was a contract that was established, so we had to go back to the vendor and to the party that initiated that contract and ask for permission. Basically the same thing, except that this contract that we have going here with Bonita is a contractor that's already under contract with them. So we're able to kind of just basically ride along on that contract as well. But it's for the same thing as far as part of the demolition project.
All right. Thank you, Frankie.
Any other questions for Frankie? Is there a motion to approve resolution 24-94?
I'll move resolution 24-94, demolition services, Bonita Springs, piggyback.
I'll second that as well.
All right. We got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Item G, resolution 24-91, ITB-23-17-PW, change order number 1. Frankie?
I'll go with this one.
Oh, Andy? Okay.
This is part of the street sign project that we got to the end of it and realized that we didn't cover all the streets with no outlets, dead end signs were not included, and we wanted to make sure they were. This is just that additional cost to cover that, and that it's covered under gas tax and that kind of thing. So it's just finishing up a project that is really, for all intents and purposes, finished.
Yes, sir.
If I could, Andy, I just happened to see this on the agenda, and then I wanted to just reference that I received some correspondence from one of our fire commissioners, Ron Fleming, and he'd suggested that there used to be a yield sign as you go from 5th Street onto the bridge. And he said that yield sign no longer exists, or it hasn't been replaced, I guess is the best way to say it.
That's a county road. So he'll need to contact the county, but we can contact the county as well. Going on to the bridge.
5th Street is, I think the yield was on 5th Street.
I think that was, but they put all that in the right of way. We will follow up with that and make sure yield sign is put in that area, whether we have to take care of it or the county, but I'll reach out to the county.
Thank you very much.
So then that is the one on the other side that turns onto 5th Street there? Is that one? I guess I never really paid attention. There used to be a yield sign there as well. Coming off the bridge, turning right onto 5th Street.
Okay.
Well, it's 5th.
Just the yield
People look
sign
at it as
in
north
that
of Estero, but
Yep. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
any other questions for Andy?
Is that dead end still up at Lover's Lane? Because that always gives me a chuckle. With that, I'll move resolution 24-91, ITB-23-17-PW, change order number 1.
I'll second.
You're really pushing to not get to 35, aren't you?
Really.
You got a motion by Counselor King, a second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those signify by favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. So many jokes there, John. So many jokes.
So
Next-
little time.
That's right. Next, we have item H, CDBGDR planning subrecipient agreement. Frankie?
So this is basically the acceptance of that. We were awarded the grant through the CDBGR for planning services. This will be allocated towards a variety of things like the comp plan improvement project, things like that. So we already have it spelled out into our scope of work. This is basically the acceptance of that money through the CDBGR.
That's 1.575 million.
That is correct, and some change.
Oh, I
Slurpee money.
didn't see the change on there.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Any other questions for Frankie? Is there a motion to approve item H?
I'll move to approve CDBG-DR planning subrecipient. Well, I should have got my readers on agreement. Thank you.
I'll second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. And lastly, item I, amendment number 1, extension of Bands Construction Company. Is it Bands or Bandies?
So
Bandies.
I have a question on this one. The first sentence is the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce Agreement, but the headline is Bandies. Is this together with the Roxy, or should that have not been in there?
That possibly should not have been in there, sir.
Okay.
This is actually the facility that's on the corner of Old San Carlos and Estero, the large two-story souvenir
Okay.
establishment.
Yeah,
being
and
put
the
back
other
together.
thing in the packet, it kept referring to map A, and there's no map A in there. So can you please repeat where exactly this is for?
Yes, it's on the corner of Old San Carlos.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's north of Estero.
Across
it's
from
the-
Lynn Hall Park.
Across from Lynn Hall Park.
Yes, sir.
The
So
one currently with the fence around it.
that is correct, and that's what they're basically doing is they're securing
basically
those
where
paid
Holiday Court
spots
used to
until
be.
that construction is done,
Before that.
and they're reimbursing
Before
the
that,
town
okay.
for the lease spots that we're missing revenue on.
Okay. So can we strike that first sentence in there to clear it up?
Yes, sir. We'll make sure that all those changes are made. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? John?
I'll move amendment number 1, extension for Bandy's Construction Company.
All right.
I'll second.
And a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next are our public hearings. The next 2 items on the agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you. Zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances are all quasi-judicial in nature, which requires our public hearing to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow basic standards of due process requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards, and decisions made on competent and substantial evidence presented to the town council in written documents or oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code or state law as may be applicable has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based upon personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency, before beginning any of the public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters. Town clerk, were all agenda items properly advertised pursuant to the Land Development Code?
Yes, they were.
At this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this for the record at this time so that we can assure that we will have a quorum present for review of the items.
Scott?
I don't know if this falls, I would like to recuse myself on the administrative agenda. We're not talking about that right now, correct?
No.
Okay,
Just these two items.
yeah, I'm fine.
Council Woodson?
I have none.
I have none. Vice Mayor?
None.
Council King?
None.
Becky?
Okay, at this time, if there is anyone present, including the applicant, property owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony in any of the two hearings, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
That includes public comment also.
In case you didn't hear, if you're going to speak in public comment, you need to stand and raise your hand as well.
Okay. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. All parties have been sworn.
Okay. This is Resolution 24-89 VAR 202-40050-590 Carlos Circle. Is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying variance VAR 202-40050, requesting two variances from LDC Table 34-3, a variance of 16 feet from the required 25-foot street setback, and a variance of 5 feet from the required 20-foot rear setback located at 590 Carlos Circle, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or any observations that made of the site. Councilor King?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I don't believe I've had any either.
I do not have any. Councilor Woodson?
I've had none.
Councilor Safford?
Likewise, none.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none?
No, there's one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Stand up. He has been in the past, but on
Okay.
other.
All right, if you've already been qualified, you're fine.
I did. I just want to make sure. It's been a little while since I formally did it and people are different. So, but yes.
Good. Might as well say your name since you're up there.
Fred Drovlik from RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks.
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes. Okay. Take it away, Jason.
Good morning, counselors, staff. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Before you today is a request for two variances on 590 Carlos Circle. As was mentioned by the mayor, the first request is for a 16-foot reduction of the front or street setback, providing for approximately 9 feet of setback from the front property front property boundary. In the rear, they're requesting a 5-foot reduction and variance for a 5-foot reduction, and will be providing a 15-foot setback in the rear, whereas normally they would be providing 20 in the rear and 25 up front. Staff recognizes that this lot is non-conforming in multiple ways. The lot was originally subdivided at some point in the early 70s, and the lot is what it is. It was developed prior to the storm with a structure on it. The applicant is coming in today to hopefully redevelop that structure again, or a new structure, and they're requesting these reductions. Staff recognizes that in some especially on the eastern side of the lot, it would effectively be unbuildable there for depth of the house if they were required to provide the 45-foot collective setbacks, 20 in the rear, 25 in the front. So the staff had presented this to LPA. LPA had recommended approval and sending this to town council unanimously, along with one additional staff recommendation, which is to require that the lower level be kept open. The applicant has agreed to this already to keep that lower level open in hopes that that will provide enough parking for any of their guests. Currently, the property has a relatively long driveway. There's approximately 27 feet between the property line and the road edge. So the request is really just to ensure that they will account for any additional cars they may have on site and provide them parking entirely on site. As was mentioned earlier, Mr. Drovlik is here for the applicant. If there's any questions for staff, I'm here for that.
All right. Questions for Jason? Have you received, I assume, I haven't seen any, but I assume you haven't received any objection from the neighbors?
No, sir, I've not seen any rejections from the neighbors.
Thanks, Jason.
You're welcome.
Fred?
Well, good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for this time. My name is Fred Drovlik from RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture. For the record, I do have a short presentation. I'm not going to belabor this, but there are some little graphics that I think are helpful for the pre-Ian location and stuff. So we'll go through that fairly quick, and I won't belabor the individual points later because we agree with the staff report in whole and all the recommendations. So let's go to slide 2. There we go. I am representing the owners of this, and they hired me to help them out there with a rebuild of this. The property, you can see where it's located, about a half mile, I guess, north of the Times Square on the north side of Estero, one property off on Carlos Circle. The pre-Ian view shows, I did this to, and I know the property appraiser lines aren't perfect, but this gives you a pretty decent idea of where it was located before. About 5 feet from the south or western boundary and 7 feet in the rear, about 11 feet in the front, and that is a deck and the area included. So that goes to the deck was about 11 feet. You can see the dual driveways and things like that. We're proposing a little bit of a different redevelopment plan. Because both those driveways aren't necessary. We are showing those, but we are making it accommodating the redevelopment of this, that the northern driveway is optional, and we have plenty of depth to park underneath the house and in the driveway with just even one driveway. But of course, the final development plan hasn't been set yet. The unique piece about this is the minimum lot requirements in here are 4,000 square feet, 50 we're a little bit over 50 feet in width, but our depth is short. We're only 44 to 64 feet deep. The minimum lot size is 80 feet deep. We're requesting the front, the street and the rear setback difference in order to provide a buildable area within the lot, and we'll show you how that worked out on this one. The total request then is for 16 feet in the front, and it's a 5-foot relief in the rear. Here's the layout, and I hope this is clear. So in the middle of it, the blue triangle is what would be left if we adhered to all the development standards. Extremely small, about a 250 square foot footprint. So
mighty unique.
Yeah, that would be be an
HGTV.
be interesting. A little mini tower in there. So what we try to do is locate the house and, in order to comply with as much as we can and improve the rear setback. So it wasn't 5 feet. We're setting it at 15. We're adhering to the new 7.5-foot setbacks on the, whichever you want to call it, east, west, north, or south, but on the sides. The side setbacks are 7.5 feet, so we're complying. And then the front, which is kind of unique. I mean, I know we're measuring from our property line, but the pavement is actually, another almost 20 feet off of the property line. So visually, it looks like we have plenty of room there. But where we're proposing the deck only leaves 9 feet from the property line. Now, underneath that, which one did I point?
Fred, do you know the distance from that corner that you just referenced out to that center line? Is that 27 feet?
That is, yes.
To the center. Okay.
To the center.
I didn't see that on the right.
Yep. And so underneath that, the driveway that is, I guess, south or closest to Estero, abutting that property, on the south and west end. There is from the property line all the way through the house is about 45 feet, and that's going to be kept open for at least minimal stacking there. So we don't have to be parking, required parking in the right of way. So that is the development program. And then, with the variance criteria, staff agrees that we meet all 5 variance criteria, that we didn't create the hardship. And it's not the owner that's causing the need for the variance. It's unbuildable in a non-conforming lot. And so I'm here for any other questions that you may have. And we ask for approval and to move to the second hearing as soon as we can so they can rebuild their cottage.
All right.
That's all I
Any
have.
questions for Fred? Councilor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No, thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
Not for Fred so much, but since this was a unanimous vote, LPA, does it have to come back to second?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
It
yet.
does yet. Okay.
After today, maybe.
After today, maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, this quasi judicial still up.
It doesn't need a second hearing.
Yeah,
It's
this is-
it's a resolution, not an ordinance. So
Yeah.
we're good.
Oh, good.
Even faster if it gets
I
approved.
like it. Yeah, this is great.
Councilor Safford?
None.
I don't have any as well. Thanks, Fred.
All right. Thank you.
Public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll pull it back to the council for discussion and or a vote or a motion.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-89 VAR 20240050 590 Carlos Circle.
Got a motion by Councilor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Councilor King, roll call vote.
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 24-90 SEZ 202-40024 6614 Estero Boulevard, Island Winds Condominium. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying special exception SEZ 202-40024 to allow reconstruction of a wooden landscape wall in the environmental critical EZ zoning district with conditions for the property located at 6614 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I have none.
Councilor Woodson?
None.
I have none. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Councilor King?
Well, I have concerns about the president, but that's neither here nor there.
Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They're nodding yes. All right, Jason.
Good morning. Again,
morning.
My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. As was mentioned, 6614, otherwise known as Island Winds Condominium, is requesting a special exception for the repair and replacement of a wooden knee wall or retaining wall. This is in the rear of their property on the Gulf side. As is required in our code, they must come through and ask for additional approvals to repair or replace this, since this does exist in the town's EC or environmentally critical area. Based on staff's analysis going back as far as we could on LIPA to 1998, we can confirm that there was a wall or retaining wall in this area, although the applicant does make the point that the wall was developed fairly concurrently with the original development of the building sometime between 1972 and 1974. The applicant is requesting to replace the wooden wooden railroad ties, I guess is the best way to describe them. This is being designed as a two-course, so it'll be two ties, one stacked on top of the other. Although the way that the grading of the beach will come down is only one of those ties will be visible for the most part above the sand. Again, this is a replacement in the existing footprint of what existed prior to the storm. Best analysis that we can come up with from staff's perspective is that the retaining wall at its greatest is seaward of the line, a 1978 CCCL line, approximately 12 feet at its widest part. At its closest part, it's generally right on the line. So what you're approving today is a relatively minor deviation from the 1978 line, 1978 CCCL line. Staff is here for any questions that you may have, and Mr. Nussbaum will be representing Island Winds Condominium today.
Questions for Jason? All right, seeing none. Thanks, Jason.
You're welcome.
Dave? Or would you prefer Mr. Nussbaum?
Either way.
Either way.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, councilors, and staff. My name is Dave Nussbaum. I'm president of Island Winds Condominium located at 6610 Estero Boulevard. However, because this is a common area, the town uses 6614 as the strap number for common areas. The retaining wall, the landscape wall that we're discussing is a common area, and the board of directors for Island Winds is responsible for the repair of all common areas within the condominium complex. Our declaration was filed in Lee County in 1974. The landscape wall is facing the Gulf of Mexico and was damaged by Ian. The wall to date is 300 yards from the mean high water mark of the beach. So you literally cannot see the wall if you're standing out at the Gulf of Mexico. We are a beach of accretion. We're one of the few areas in Southwest Florida where our beach continues to grow year after year. The wall has survived 3 hurricanes, 2 tropical storms, and a tsunami without any damage. And then Ian showed up. It was not built to withstand 17 feet of water. It actually withstood the storm surge going forward. It was the back surge that pulled the timbers off, and they were left lying out on the beach. When we discovered the damage, we contacted Terrell Hall, which is a coastal engineering firm. In discussion with them, we hired them to apply to FDEP. FDEP says after a hurricane event, you have the ability to armor your beach with landscape timbers or riprap. They issued a permit for us through Terrell Hall. I brought it back to staff. They said, we're fine with the permit. However, you need a special exception to complete repairs or rebuild portions of the wall, as it did extend beyond the CCC line of 1978 that was put there after we were there. So we got the FDEP permit, went to staff, and we're going through the special exception process. One of the conditions is that the wall is damaged again. We have to go through the special exception process again, and we have no problems with that. So with that, that's my story. LPA and staff both recommended completion. So with that, I'll stop talking.
Any questions for Dave? None? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll pull it back to the council for discussion and or motion.
Mayor, I'll move resolution 24-90 SEZ 2024-0024-6614 Estero Boulevard, Island Winds Condominium.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All right. Roll call vote. John?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right, next item C was continued to a date uncertain. Does anyone need a comfort break before we start on the comprehensive plan?
Yes, yes,
All right, we'll take a brief break and come back at 10:15. We are on item D of the public hearings. This is ordinance 24-10 comprehensive plan. This is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-10 entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the town of Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan in its entirety pursuant to 163.3184 subsection 3 Florida statutes, providing for adoption of the town of Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan 2040, including amendments to the future land use element and the future land use map, the community design element, the transportation element, the housing element, the historic preservation element, the utilities element, the conservation element, the coastal management element, in the recreation and open space element, the intergovernmental coordination element, the capital improvements element, and the property rights element, inclusive of all associated tables, exhibits, and maps authorizing findings and administrative actions, providing for transmittal, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the public hearing. Who's going first? Good morning.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Ed Ing is here today. He's going to be presenting, he's going to take you through the whole comprehensive plan. There are a couple of ways you could do this. You could bring up questions, like we could bring up, go kind of page by page through it. And then if you have questions, we can stop and discuss, or you can bring up questions you may have because it is a rather large document.
It is. What is the will of the council? Would you like to go page by page, or would you like to? Vice Mayor, got any input?
I'm concerned. I watched, and I know my colleagues, we've all watched the LPA meetings, and Sarah, you've been leading in this effort. So I'm a little concerned about the fact that you're not going to be presenting this. You have a better knowledge of our community. And I'm also concerned that a number of the items that the council members have mentioned have not been included. So I want to focus on, I want to leave time to focus on that as well. I think there's so much technical terms here that are certainly very important, but I want to make sure the council has an opportunity to have their input as well into this process. And since you'll be here much longer, I'd like to have you be involved in the presentation.
Yeah.
I think there's a communication breakdown at times when the other, with all due respect, when the other consultant gets involved.
Okay.
So however you guys want to handle that, I want to put you on the spot, but I just think you've been working well with the LPA. You've got a good sense. You've certainly heard the council concerns. I don't think Eddie's been here to hear a lot of that. So however you want to handle it. Yep.
So we can sort of tag team it, and he can. I think that since he's been involved in the writing, he's going to be able to speak to some of the details a little bit better about the actual text that you see. But if you have questions about how we came to that, things like that, I mean, I'm certainly, I'm sure you saw the LPA hearing that, I was up and down and discussing throughout.
Yep. Okay.
I wonder if because this is going to be lengthy, to not have you move up and down.
Yeah.
If we could maybe have, Frankie, would you mind offering up your seat to Sarah for this portion of it to, that way you don't have to keep getting up and down. It'll make it just easier. And
actually, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good idea.
Make it my.
Can you say Marshall Dillon?
What about you, John, as far as the procedure and how we're going to go through this?
I'm okay either way.
Councilor Woodson?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Sarah will be much more involved. And there are some things that I highlighted as we went through. So when we get to those areas that I don't understand, or I think it's missing some things and that type of thing.
Scott?
Yeah, I think that'd probably be the best approach, is just start asking questions and getting answers rather than go page by page by page.
Yeah, I guess I can see it both ways. There's a lot of intricacies and a lot of things that really don't matter, but I maybe as we can flow the questions as the pages go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Instead of trying to bounce all over and ask questions. So maybe, we can look at the page. If someone has specific questions concerning that page, then ask the questions at that time. But I don't know that we have to necessarily go over every exact word change that was in there because some of it's very minor, some of it is just shalls and shoulds. Everyone all right with that?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, Eddie?
I think,
Yeah.
actually, Mayor, I think what would help the public and help us is if the first thing we do is look at that map, because everybody's going to refer to that map. So if we can have, if it's all right with you, if we could have that map up there first.
I think it's a great idea. Jacob, it's on packet page 622. Can you put the map up on the screen so that it's up there as we're discussing?
And the other zoomed in maps are also in the packet.
Yeah.
You can see more clearly exactly the boundaries.
Sorry, I don't want to slow things down. I think
it's important. It's a good idea.
I apologize. I'd printed off all of the maps and they are sitting on my desk. So
Well, I think the
My
public should,
apologies.
while we're talking about it, if we can have up on the screen and on our website
Yeah.
or during our YouTube thing, I think it'd be a great benefit because we're going to be bouncing back and forth between different zones. And so as if we have a reference, I think that'll be very helpful.
Well, we can start the discussion, I think, is they're
that's
working
fine.
out the technology. Are you ready, Eddie? Ed?
All right. Actually, you allow me a minute to plug in my laptop.
Certainly.
Yeah.
So if you could forward that out. But when you said, I don't- where is that? Won't be a problem.
That'll be fine.
There's a way for.
Good morning,
Morning.
Mayor, Councilors, Vice Mayor, Councilors. Thank you for having me here today. As you know, that has been a rather lengthy process, which probably result in what I think is the 10th, 11th, maybe 12th version of this overall comprehensive plan package. You'll find that over the course of the various iterations that you've seen in the past, a lot of things have changed. We've gone through several iterations of let's put this in, let's take it back out, let's put it in, let's take it back out. I'm glad we're here today because passing the comprehensive plan then allows you to focus on the really important task, which is doing the necessary update to your land development regulation, which will actually be the more salient effort towards rebuilding the town. As you can see here in the proposed land use map, there are some major initiatives here that had been previously discussed, although not in its final format you see here. The initiative that we had discussed really early on back in, I think 2019, and then carrying over into 2020 and Hurricane Ian was the concept of having nodes. These nodes were a response to several things. First of which was to think about activity on this island. And even before Hurricane Ian, we're finding that there's a transportation issue. The transportation issue being the result of people having more drawn out trips along the length of the island. We had issues where there are folks like bank branches wanted to open a branch on the island, and we weren't really able to accommodate without going through a lot of different, how to put it, regulatory acrobatics. And so this was the kind of the response that's been discussed over the course of many meetings to kind of see how can we think about the daily activities of folks on the island, bring those smaller restaurants and cafes, or even connecting to things like the market or good laundromats or banks, and be able to spread across the island. And in doing so, cut down on the length of some of the trips and help alleviate some of the traffic problems that were induced by longer trips within the island itself. What you see here today really I tried to take those nodes, as we call them, as you've heard them in the past, and distribute them across the island at these small activity centers. And they're pretty much modeled primarily off of some of the existing land use designations. You'll see that with some exceptions of based on feedback, particularly from the LPA, they more or less mirror the portions of the commercial and the boulevard designation you had before, and that's primarily by design. We didn't want to push so far as to intrude in the neighborhood. There was a lot of feedback from the community indicating a desire to preserve your single-family housing. And this was a way for us to kind of recommend to you a method in order to create that growth that would necessarily might happen into very concentrated areas, and also a means to help preserve those neighborhoods as well.
Eddie, if I could, that's a nice overview in terms of what your charge was and what the goal was. But can you kind of give folks a sense who might be watching as to how things will be different than they were before? In lay terms that people can understand?
Sure. We really look towards, our initial charge would think about putting those nodes with more density through a lot of feedback that we received both from the council and the LPA that had been.
But I guess what I'm trying to ask is the nodes that have been created, what will change from a practical standpoint?
The node create the basis for you to go into your zoning code and say, hey, we are going to revise the zoning district in a way that you can think about the use differently and think about your regulations on your density, your height, and the form of the building a little bit differently than you have right now.
So this is the land use map here.
Yes, sir.
So the land use map, again, for folks who might be watching, just sets the general parameters. There's still a second step that one would have to come forth to the LPA and the council to get the appropriate permitting. Is that fair?
That's fair. That's setting the rule for that permitting, right? So that's what the zoning does. So for the people in the general public, the thought about this is this: you have a set of rules that when you look at them, you come in, you're like, okay, what can I do and can't I do, right? And so what this does is set the stage for the council and the LPA to recommend to the council an expanded set of rules as we enter recovery.
So the land use change by creating these nodes allows someone to at least come in to ask where they otherwise would not have been allowed to come in and ask. Is that a fair?
That is fair.
Simplification, Sarah?
That's fair.
Yeah. So the next step for staff will be to create the updates to the land development code. And the land development code includes the zoning districts. So we're going to build zoning districts based on the future land use districts that are designed here. And they'll get more detailed. They'll have more of the specifics. They'll talk about the height. They'll talk about uses that are allowed there, maybe square footage of uses, get more into the nitty gritty. And then also, so that's going to be straight zoning, and that'll be laid in there. And somebody can come in and get something that matches with that district. But if they want to do something a little above and beyond, they can apply for a commercial plan development or a residential plan development and ask for something that is maybe higher than the zoning district allows, but within the realm of what the future land use district allows.
So prior to this new land use map, you may not even have the opportunity to come in because the use was not appropriate. Fair?
Yeah, there could have been a variety of things that weren't allowed there, but
there's still a whole series of steps for folks who might be worried about this. There's a number of protections still for them to have input into what and how it's developed.
yes, because the existing zoning districts still are there. So with the future land use map getting adopted, the zoning districts still apply. They're still the same.
Yeah, just sometimes we get so technical here that it's hard for folks to get a sense of what the various stages of this whole process are. But that's helpful. Thank you.
Can you be more specific if we approve this as it is and then second reading is June 3rd, when will we dive into the uses? Because I think as Bill spoke this morning, I think I agree with him. There's still some issues as to what those uses are.
So the plan for me is once we get the comp plan adopted, I'm going to present to you language for the CB district that expands some of the allowed uses within that district.
Sarah, can you stop using words like CB?
Commercial boulevard.
Right. And what does that even mean?
That's
to
one of
people?
the zoning districts that everyone has complained about that only essentially was designed to
A bank could be a
increasingly
bank.
It's just it allows an ATM. Yeah.
If I could ask, I think we should look, I mean, for sure, the CB district needs to be looked at, but I think we should look at uses for everything while we're doing it.
We are, but I can't. So we have basically this next year, I'm working on our land development code. That's going to be involving the community. That's going to be a lot of outreach. That's going to be getting the full picture of what everybody really wants moving forward. So we're going to be rewriting the entire land development code. But as an interim step, because everybody has been very concerned about this one zoning district, we're going to fix that so that people can start building. But I don't want to jump into how do we make these changes without really talking to the community and finding out like, this is what everyone wants and getting a land development code that's actually good. Ours here is fine, but it's been put together, cobbled together over decades, and it's a mess.
Is it, just to try to simplify it even more, essentially this is just that umbrella in the sky, if you will, that does not allow development over a certain intensity or density.
Yes, sir.
And what you're proposing here, even though we're calling them nodes or whatever you want to call them, it's not increasing intensity or density within those areas that doesn't currently exist today, correct?
Somebody could request a commercial plan development up to what's allowed by the future land use district, but they would have to go through processes.
Right,
to
and
do
I
that.
get that, but what I'm saying is this future land use amendment that we're talking about today is not increasing those thresholds from what they are before today.
No, we kept everything, ended up staying the same.
Because I think that's an important thing that people understand. And
Yep,
then you can
intensity
get
and
into the
density.
secondary zoning, all the other things that have been discussed up here, uses, all of that. This is just essentially the umbrella that this is a ceiling. This is as high as you can go, but we're not changing that ceiling from anything currently that's in place today.
That's correct, Mayor. If it helped the mayor and councilors to think about it this way, you have something that was pretend you have a hole and it's water flowing through it. You knotted it to the point where you really couldn't get water to flow through. Now you're unknotting it so the water can flow through at the full capacity of the hose. And then what you're doing next after this is turning the spigot to how much water you want to flow through at the next step. Right now, what you have are rules that are really overly constrictive to the point where the example I gave before in the bank branch, that was actually a real example that came before the council at one point. You couldn't get it in. And that might, and that's something that the residents have wanted too, because, hey, why would I need to drive off island to do my daily business if they're willing to put something here? So now you're going to kind of open that up. And in your next step, when the zoning comes back, is say, okay, how much of this we want to flow through. Do we really need the total bigot, or do we need just part of it? I'm going to turn it down a little bit and just allow these certain items. That's fully still within the mayor and council control and actually part of the deliberate process at the second step down the line.
Continue.
So I have a question. Do we have to wait till the state approves it, or can we move forward with the LDC changes?
We can move forward with the LDC changes. Right now, staff is pretty slammed with cases. I'm going to be trying to pull myself back so that I can work on actually getting meetings scheduled, trying to schedule outreach, things like that. But the CB language I'll be able to bring forward fairly quickly. Hopefully, I may be able to get it in June, but it may be August. But that the goal is to get started on that immediately, and we don't have to wait for the comp plan to come back from the state in order to start working on the land development code. There are just other things that are sort of in the way because we have so many projects coming in right now.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Eddie.
All right. Any more questions on the land use so far? I do want to note one thing as well. We have previously gone through and noted wetland conservation, and we're asked to revert that. You'll see that change has been reverted back in the map. I do want to note that this does need to go to state coordinated review. They made that comment on that languaging just because it's atypical. So we do want to put that on the record that it may come back, and if it does do so, you might have to go and change that to what other communities do. But we're going to submit per your request and prior discussion at wetlands to the state if you approve this map as is, and see if those comments come in. But that's all right with the council. All right. Bless you. If there's no further questions on the future land use map,
if we're moving on from the future, will we be coming back to the particular sections of the future land use map, or should we have our questions now if we have questions on the future land use map?
I think asking them now makes
Yeah,
the most sense.
might as well.
If you have them now, ask
Yeah.
them now.
So we had an M&P the other day where the council, I think almost unanimously, suggested that we'd like to make it a little easier for us to have more retail, potential restaurants on those properties that face Estero Boulevard from Church of the Ascension to Santini Plaza. And I'm trying to understand what was done as a result of that M&P meeting.
So from my conversation, I thought we were changing what was allowed in that zoning district, not actually changing the future land use map, because these are primarily residential properties along here. I didn't want to change their future land use district without careful consideration, going from mixed residential to what would be
And again, just to be clear, I'm talking about the properties that face Estero Boulevard.
Yeah, and that would still be changing their future land use
Right.
district.
But when you
So-
say residential, that is a condo district. So that's why I encourage. I know you've got a leg challenge. I was going to have you walk that area because
It's not
there's
totally condo though.
it is totally, and
It
there's a
is?
lot of interesting properties on there that could be used for a doctor's office, a dentist office, a restaurant. I mean, there's just, and it seems like just based on what some of the challenges we've heard from constituents, I think Jason can maybe comment on this if you could, Jason. What Paula Kiker had challenge with her property at Lahana Realty. She had 2 extra units. She wanted to have Island Girl in there, and she wanted to have somebody who was going to help with redecorating for properties and have a little office there. What was the obstacle she ran into?
Well, as was briefly mentioned before, the CB district is seeming intent is to allow for only uses that were existing and could be proven to have been existing post, I believe it was 2003. So finding those records can be difficult, but even in the best of circumstances, many of the uses that are not allowed by CB right now, such as retail use, in some buildings, restaurant use, those are allowed in many of the other districts, but are limited in CB specifically because they are specifically allowed to only use what can be proven to have been existing post 2003.
Have we solved that issue with this new future land use map?
I
your
believe
opinion?
most of that is going to be addressed through the land development code. So the land development code will give a complete schedule of uses that are allowed. But from what I've understood the intent of the council to be, and from what Sarah has talked about before, the intent is to open up those uses by right and get rid of some of the limitations that say you must be able to prove that this use existed and was viable.
But the foundational land use map that we see here gives us the flexibility to do that, in your professional opinion?
Absolutely. So this is going to be the skeleton, and the LDC is going to be the ligaments that actually make the body move here and can get us from point A to point B. This is just setting a really rock solid foundation that we can apply those land development code changes on top of.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
I think I think if I could try to help alleviate some of what it's hard to see like where the CB zoning district, commercial boulevard zoning district is within the future land use map. So
it's very hard to see. Yeah.
Well, so I could see why there's some confusion between the future land use map and how it has to relate to the zoning districts, but without seeing on this future land use map where the zoning district is, it might alleviate, I think, some of the vice mayor's questions as far as there might be a section in there that he's thinking of that is in the CB zoning district, but isn't necessarily showing within that.
What I'm trying to get at is I think that's why I want you to walk that area a little bit, because you have to see it and walk it to get a sense of what it is. There's a dentist office and a spa that's vacant now because of the storm. That's right across from Santini Plaza. Somebody wanted to go in there and put a nice restaurant in there, and they can't do it. And it doesn't affect anyone adversely. It'll be a modest sized, nice little niche restaurant. And I still want the public to have input. I want the people to go through the full process, but I just want people to at least have the opportunity to pitch an idea that might be interesting to those who live in that neighborhood. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
So before with Wachovia Bank, if you recall, the only thing that would be built there was a bank. And then Wachovia put a poison pill in their thing saying you can't open a bank. I mean, you couldn't do anything with that property, and we can't. We got to move forward. So
if you look at the area that's orange on there, that's essentially there are a few parcels that are outside of it, but that's pretty much what the CB zoning district is. So
and you call it the CB zoning district, commercial boulevard zoning. And the last time at our M&P, you said under a CB zoning district, you could only have an ATM machine.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought you said that. I thought that was the limit of what you could have under a CB zoning district.
No. So CB is designed, it's considered one of the redevelopment zoning districts. The idea was that there were too many intense developments within it, and that every time you downgraded, so basically residential was the highest, retail was the next highest, office was the mostly lowest, and then there was residential. Out of the commercial uses, once you downgraded, so if you started out with a restaurant and then you went down to an office, you could never go back to a restaurant. You were stuck with office, nothing more intense than office. So we changed it so that anything that had been there before, we went through this a couple of years ago, this was a concern. And at the time, all that council wanted was to allow the uses that had been there previously. So that required that we just figure out what had been there before. The way we are going to open it up is by what I'm thinking, it's going to be based on feedback with you guys once the ordinance gets put together. But the idea would be that essentially most commercial uses would be allowed, but limited on square footage.
You're getting close, because there have been properties in that area, even pre-Ian, that have been vacant for years.
Yes.
And we want to create activity in those areas. And people, when I say activity, I don't mean drawing people from the outside. I think it actually helps with traffic, because the more options for people on the south end, they will not get in their cars. They'll just walk. They'll take their bikes, and it actually eliminates traffic to have more options in these nodes. So, and we want to do it in a way that we preserve everybody's opportunity to have input and to object if that's their will. But right now it seems like we're in a spot where we're not incentivizing people to be creative and have options. And it sounds like, based upon what you're telling me, we are fixing that.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
So that orange piece is the only CB. I mean, Jim was just talking about where the chiropractor and the dentist used to be next to 7-Eleven. I mean, I would think that we'd want a larger area and not go crazy, but
we could certainly go down to Santini Plaza. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
Yeah, I mean,
Like expand the node?
Well, yeah. So
Okay, because there was an interest in that
If you
before.
go from there down to Santini Plaza, there used to be a doctor's office. The one guy's. I mean, there's.
It was a dentist. It was chiropractic.
There's a spa there.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Yeah.
And that's a vacant building. Yep.
Well, there commercial resort is a use that's along the south side of that, and then there are CPDs, RPDs, and then residential multifamily. So on the south side of Estero, there are a variety of uses. On the north side of Estero, we had talked about extending the Santini, I think it was the Santini Plaza one that we talked about
to the south.
Yeah, and there was no interest in that because everyone was concerned that we were going to be encroaching into neighborhoods. I don't think we have a problem with that, but we just need clear direction on how you want this to go.
It might be my goal to expand that, have it go from Santini Plaza to Church at the Ascension to just those properties that abut Estero Boulevard.
Well, so do you actually want to change the future land use district south of Estero to include all of those, or do you want to change the what's going to be medium residential to say that commercial uses are allowed that are in?
I think you just hit the nail on the head.
Okay,
I don't
when
know
they're
that
along Estero Boulevard.
it's essentially doing exactly what you want to do without opening up the entire area and making it the commercial boulevard, correct? I mean, it would be, it's essentially allowing more uses within the medium residential, which would be the purple, to allow small scale commercial stuff like you're talking about, dentist office, things like that. And that's where the wording would come in through the district writing of the code, correct? So I don't know that there's a necessity to increase the size of that, what's going to be in that green zone there. If you're allowing some small scale residential stuff that obviously still gets vetted through the public in what would be the purple area of that map.
Okay.
So it wouldn't necessarily, I think that accomplishes what everybody's trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking I visualize, a nice little store on the bottom, whatever that is, or a restaurant, and then allowing for a little bit of residence on top.
But I think what Sarah's saying and what Eddie are saying is that can be accomplished at the next step, not amending the future land use map as it is now, but through the zoning districts, you can add those uses within the medium residential to allow for coffee shops, things like that.
And the mixed residential currently does have some allowances for that, but making it a little bit more specific, we could update the medium residential language to say on properties fronting on Estero, so that there are additional rights in that medium residential group when they front on Estero.
And that would be something that language would have to go in the future land use map.
Yeah, we
That's
could
what
add
we'd
that
have to
there,
do.
and then we could make it more explicit by the zoning districts.
That way it would align with the zoning district.
And we're not going to be encroaching into the neighborhoods. That was the biggest concern. Everyone didn't want additional commercial moving into the neighborhood. So keeping it pretty tight along Estero.
And that's fine. Just to give you an example, and I'm tracking all the businesses at Santini Plaza that may be coming back or new ones that are coming in. There potentially could be a lack of a place to have breakfast. So that means on the whole south end of the island, there's nowhere to have breakfast. Hopefully we'll find a niche for that at Santini Plaza. But if not, that means people get in their cars, they drive off Island South, or they drive all the way to the north end. And during season, can't do it. I mean, it's a challenge. So to have a breakfast place on Estero Boulevard is not intruding into a neighborhood. It's benefiting those neighborhoods. It's a community gathering place. It's a quality of place. I mean, the doctor's office, dentist's office, hair place to get. There's no haircut place at Santini Plaza. I don't think there's one coming back. I hope so. But we need to create a business district there that works for the people who live in that area. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
So do keep in mind, though, you do have limited population. So if you create so much commercial that it isn't really in any specific place, you don't create place. So that is part of the concern. If you have so much, and I mean, the commercial developers are going to make decisions about where they can go and where, if they have enough people to sustain them, because that's going to be really important. And if it's the right use for the place. But if we put too much commercial in there, you risk just sort of making it's everywhere. Have you ever driven through a town that just has commercial just sort of scattered around and you just feel like you're driving through the same place over and over again?
But the market will dictate that.
I think you just described Highway 41 north of here.
Yeah, I mean, so if you don't like create a place, then you risk not having a place. You just risk it sort of being scattered all over and not feeling like anything.
This is a half a mile strip that abuts Estero Boulevard. It's not all over the place. It's not. It's already condos. It's
whatever
there's
you
no
would like
homes
to
on
do,
it.
we
Yeah.
can do. Just tell me.
But that's what we're trying to accomplish, though, is just to allow the market to work in this little area in a way that does not intrude, to the mayor's point, into these neighborhoods. But just when somebody has to, when Jason's got to go back to 1973 to see if there was a restaurant there or a retail place, I mean that's absurd, and it limits people being creative to serve the public that lives there.
So your interest is changing medium residential, so it now says limited commercial uses are allowed at small scales along Estero Boulevard. And then when we come in for the zoning district, it would be something like that, having certain allowances.
We basically don't want Paula Kiker to go through what Paula Kiker's gone through. It's just absurd. It doesn't make any sense.
And that'll be fixed very quickly because
Great.
that's CB, that's Commercial Boulevard, and we're trying to get that fixed. So
is it? I think what you said makes sense with the wording. I don't know if, I think there's Estero Boulevard. Obviously, if it abuts Estero Boulevard, that'll help protect the inclusion or the intrusion into the commercial or the residential area.
Okay.
But instead of, I know you say commercials, commercial, and then that gets diluted down through the spigot, if you will, through the land development code, and through the districting. But does it make sense to use words like essential services, which kind of is what everybody's talking about here?
Right.
Things that, you need a doctor, you need a haircut place, you need a dentist, you need things like that.
But does that include restaurants too, essential services?
You got to eat.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I know, but just to make it easier for when people are trying to develop, they marry up a little easier, as opposed to commercial can mean a lot of things.
Right.
I could make an argument that I need a 2-story coffee shop, and maybe the neighborhood only wants, there's a lot. That's a big word.
Right. My recommendation is to really take care of that in the zoning, because you have an opportunity that comes along, like the vice mayor had alluded to, where someone comes in and that's a really great idea. You don't necessarily want to change your comprehensive plan to do so. You can adjust on your zoning to allow those ideas a lot quicker and a lot easier and a lot more nimble fashion. If there is someone that comes in and the council agreed, hey, this is a great idea. Comprehensive plan processes take half a year to a year at time to do.
Your point is well taken. I just want to make sure we have a future land use that gives us the flexibility to be able to do that in the future.
If I could speak to that point just a little bit more, then what we've done here, create a core for the council to think about. We recommended this core not only based on feedback from the LPA, because they did tell us to pare it back, and we understood why, but also with the consideration that in the future, if you needed to expand from the core because the market dictates and they come before you, you can do some small-scale amendments as the market dictates to expand from your core. What's important is that you have a core to begin with, that you kind of think about, hey, where's the investment going? And does it make sense to kind of expand from that in the future? That's another thought to think about as well.
And then I always try to look at, if you're trying to make a decision like this, what are potential consequences? I think putting the safeguard in there by Estero Boulevard helps with that. But when you look at the entire map, if Jacob, if you can go back to the entire map, there's a lot of medium residential pretty much all north of Estero Boulevard would now fall into that, not just the south end. So making the changes, just so that everybody's clear, you see all that purple up there is now if it's abutting Estero Boulevard, would have the ability to be able to go through whatever the land development code gets adjusted to.
And that actually was already in place. I mean, the comprehensive plan already said that for mixed residential, that small commercial uses that were compatible with the neighborhood were allowed within these. We kind of pared that back a little bit so that it can't be just anywhere in the neighborhoods. It needs to be more specifically located. So it was already allowed. And I mean, you saw that throughout the neighborhoods. You would occasionally see like a motel, hotel. You would see some things in the neighborhoods, but this sort of pares it back and keeps it more along Estero Boulevard.
Okay. I think we beat that one to death.
A good question, though. Are there any other aspects of the future land use that perhaps need more discussion or questions?
Why? So right here, that's just recreation?
I'm not sure where you're pointing to, Councilor Zefford.
Right over by Santini.
Santini Village, is that you're talking about the outline in the yellow?
I'm talking.
That is currently designated wetland within your future land use map. That's
Oh no, right here.
So that's the critical wildlife area.
Yeah.
If it's like along the water.
Right.
If we go to
never mind. Yeah.
Jacob, if you go to the Santini Village map.
Never mind. Yeah. Right. You mean the kind of like a purple beige area, right? Yeah, that beach nourishment. So by how you all had before recreation, we
Okay, I got it. I thought that was like, I thought that line was Estero, but
No.
thank you for the clarification.
Okay. And that was actually one of the comments from recreation and wetland and conservation, and how that kind of might get comments back on that too.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, just one additional question, just so I understand that the Santini Plaza node, how does that differ from what we were just talking about from Church of the Ascension along Estero Boulevard down to Santini Plaza? How does the Santini Plaza node differ from the other area along Estero that we were just talking about?
So if we were to go to new policy flu 1B5, that's the place where all of the mixed use districts are described.
Page 520 in your at our whole book of love. That's where it starts. You got
So-
the Times Square in there. You got
If you
everything.
go to E on that one, it talks about the Santini Village.
But what's the answer to the question?
Can
does
you
it-
clarify the question?
Yeah, the Santini Plaza Village designation and the properties that abut Estero Boulevard from Church of the Ascension down to Santini Plaza, or up to the node of Santini Plaza node. How do those two areas differ in terms of how they're zoned or future land used?
They're going to have same intensity, same density. They have different purposes. Santini also has an option for redevelopment that's different. It's based on a previous plan that was accepted by the town. But otherwise, it's fairly similar. These are intended to all the nodes are intended to be fairly similar in density and intensity, but with sort of a different focus in order to give it a feeling, because we're trying to create place.
Santini does have one particular difference than the rest, and that is the marine use.
Oh,
Gotcha. All right, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Yep.
And I think it's just for future reference. I think the very last line in that is something that it just caught my eye. I didn't catch it before, but in the Santini Village, as you read under the E, the very last line says the marina site shall be redeveloped in a mixed use context to promote an active waterfront with a mix of uses. The marina use shall not be eliminated by the site's redevelopment. So that, because that marina and that section is encompassed in the Santilli Village, they have a little different rules than the other marina. So
Yeah,
for consistency, you see what I'm kind of getting at?
Yeah, they're not marina future land use. They're Santini future land use, and they do have the opportunity for mixed use that's different. And that was existing before.
Right.
Yeah. So we're not taking away any of their rights. We're keeping all of their rights.
Isn't that marina also considered commercial pedestrian? It's basically Fishtail Marina.
I don't know.
It's zone Santini, and bear with me. Yes, Santini is currently pedestrian commercial.
Yeah. So,
That
so Fishtail then would be considered commercial pedestrian as well.
yes. Well, at this time, yes. Which we need to change the density or the intensity.
Intensity.
Yep. So good catch. Thank you. That needs to be changed. The maximum non-residential FAR for that district needs to be changed to 2.5.
Yep.
Thank you.
And you currently had it in here at 1.5.
Yes.
Correct.
And again, that's what is existing today. That's not something
Yes.
that's changing.
That is not something new.
What is a little bit more new is you'll see the language for permitted uses include general retail, restaurant, professional services, professional offices such as dental and medical. Again, to open that up so that you can try to lure those people in. And on a South Party Island where you need a breakfast place or a barber or even small medical offices that people can walk to instead of having to drive across the island too.
Yeah, I think, Eddie, it might be important, since we're on this subject, to go through these future nodes, if you will, and explain really what the changes are in this area from what they currently are. Because to your point, you just said in Santini, there's a few things that were changed in there to allow the uses. I think it'd be important for everybody to hear and understand, starting with Times Square and work your way down.
Yeah,
these are what the changes would be within the future land use map.
Sounds good. Will do. Well, let's start with Times Square mixed use then. Times Square was actually more envisioned when we set out. We know that there are people who are going to continue to visit Fort Myers Beach. We see it today. This is a destination. There's a reason why you all chose this place to live. It's a great place. What Times Square was designed to try to do was think about how we can also capture more of those visitors before they kind of, go throughout the island as well. So in there's a bit more of when you look at the uses, you'll see that there is preservation enhancement of existing hotel, motel, multifamily, a little bit more of that emphasis on those services that you derive from the tourism industry, just to try to keep them there as much as possible.
And something to note here is we in the comp plan here, we have that our hotel motel rooms are based on FAR, not on density, because that's been an issue for years, as we have this weird density issue with hotel rooms. So we've changed it in this language to be floor area ratio based.
And how, in layman's terms, how would that change to the end user as far as their ability to have more rooms versus what they could have before?
So that changes because you did have a 6 or in some instances a 10. And you had to use a multiplier based on the size of the rooms to get to the number of rooms that you were allowed. 6 is pretty low if you wanted to so you'd have to have an entire acre of land in order to have 6 dwelling units, and then a multiplier of like 2 maybe. So you'd have to have an entire acre of land and you could get to 12 units, which is not really a usable. I mean, it's not
you'd never build that.
Yeah, it wouldn't
No.
make sense financially. So this change allows the owner of the property to build to that floor area ratio. So the maximum is 2.5. However, the zoning district is going to be below that. Right now, I think the max is 1.8. So, and that's only in certain parts of the downtown. So that means that you would be able to build square footage equal to, like inside your building, equal to 1.8 times the size of the lot. So, it's multiple stories, and it just makes more sense for the way we would want a hotel to be designed anyway.
So
not based on.
are we, just for clarity, we're keeping, right now it's 1.8 along Old San Carlos between 5th and 1st, and 1.4 for properties fronting the Estero and the Bayfront Pedestrian Plaza, and 1 for all other properties. Is that correct?
That's zoning district.
That's zoning.
Yeah. So we have, we kept the language, we kept the floor area ratio that was allowed maximum intensity in the comp plan already, which was 2.5 for pedestrian commercial. And then there were, I don't remember what the other numbers were, but we did put it in here. So the downtown zoning district gets overlaid on top of that future land use district. And so if you were to just use the downtown zoning, then you would be limited to whatever it says within the land development code, which is 1.8 along Old San Carlos and I think Times Square. And then there's like another number between.
1.4.
Yeah. So there are different gradients based on this. That's the zoning district based on the location, but the overall future land use district is 2.5.
Okay.
So if you wanted to go over in that scenario 1.8 to get to the maximum allowed with the comp plan of 2.5 would require a CPD process or an RPD process.
Yes, that is correct. So you'd have to go through the special rezoning to come up with your own commercial plan development.
Or you go through a deviation now, correct?
A development agreement?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay.
So on the Times Square thing, it says the density, the new language says the permitted density is up to 6 units per acre. That's the last line before you get into B.
Yeah.
Right. So I think your point is it goes against what you just said.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like we would need to utilize the platted overlay language that we've put in up several other sections, because on the east side of Crescent, there is some platted overlay.
Right.
So we would just need to fix that.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's see.
And it's right before the, where you're going to be Civic Center. It's the last line there where it talks about density.
Do I go over? Yeah. Do we go over Civic Center now then? Moving on from town,
Anyone have any questions, any more questions about the Times Square mixed use?
Okay. Civic Center, if you recall, originally it kind of blended with Times Square, and then we were asked to kind of scale that back because it used to be continuous on the map and it's no longer. So after one of the joint sessions with the LP&D at the council, the Civic Center Mixed Use District really want to not be Times Square in that it's focusing more on the civic, the neighborhood itself being mixed use residential in the area, ground floor retail, some residents above, say, a restaurant or a barbershop, that sort of thing. The hotel and motel uses is conditional, so they may be allowed, but they have to come before the council for approval, additional approval when coming in. We kept so that the FAR is 1.5. the maximum density statistic dwelling unit per acre. Of course, we'll adjust that text for the for the veteran commercial. Well, are there any questions on the civic portion? We have built it really much around this area, being a town hall, town center area.
So you're saying that the density also needs to be adjusted there
Slightly, yes.
with the overlay?
Yes.
Go ahead, Eddie. Go
Okay.
on in.
Center Island. So we had actually initially taken where the public was, and then thought, okay, the middle of the island, it's already a market there. How can we do about it? Similarly to the Civic Center, 1.5 6 unit with adjustment as needed. Permitted uses, commercial business, professional offices, restaurants. It does have the marine in the back, so active waterfront and marina can be encouraged. And of course, the elimination of what that currently exists is prohibited.
Jacob, can you put that full map back up there?
If you look at this particular one, you'll see that the original boundary of this was much more. It had gone in some of the low density areas. We were asked to pare that back.
And just so that everybody, it's right in the middle there. It's kind of that zigzag reversed Y looking thing.
Jacob, if you could pull up the center island
Oh, he's
map.
zooming in. That's perfect.
There
Okay,
it
'cause
is.
It's kind of bulky still.
Right.
That's the orange is Publix, right?
That's correct. There.
And then Snook Bite's a blue.
Right. It is where we knew that there were existing older hotel motel users on the other side. If they're on the south side, the Gulf side. So where we actually was like, okay, what can we do to kind of combine both sides of the corridor as well? Try to make a node. We did exclude that portion there that you think I just because that recreation is park, essentially park property there. But the rest of it is even though it's mixed residential, a lot of it is really the older hotels that you see, the 2-story ones that you see.
So the
driving
blue in back of Publix, I'm assuming is the orange. So the blue in back of there would be Snook Bite Marina, and that is zoned. Is that's strictly marina?
Yeah,
that's strictly marina. We had initially included part of the no, but through discussion, I believe, including the joint the joint council and LPA discussion, we were asked to keep marina as a separate use, and that's where it got pared back out. However, being when you look at the mixed residential on the other next to the marina, there are some marine uses attached to some of those residences that we wouldn't want to necessarily eliminate. So that's where that language had to be kept here.
In all of these, Eddie, and the only reason I bring it up is because someone had sent us an email concerning outdoor dining, and I see you have restaurants obviously listed in there, but then you also have in parentheses outdoor dining on all of them. Is there a reason that specifically has to be written in that way, or is restaurants just cover the potential for outdoor dining?
I personally think that restaurants do cover outdoor dining, but not always. I'm actually right now in another city. I'm dealing with having to have someone come in to write a code so that we could have outdoor dining. And so depending on how you write your rules, sometimes it's not necessarily a given. So we put it in there just as kind of like a fail-safe on request.
If I could ask to the mayor's point, we did receive a very thoughtful letter or email from a constituent who expressed they wanted to make sure, and maybe we do this in the land development code, if it is outdoor dining, the neighborhood wants to make sure that there's a dialogue with that restaurant, and they have the ability to protect the neighborhood,
right?
With through barriers, sound, vegetation, whatever. But they want to make sure their rights are preserved. Is there a way we can do that?
I think that that's more appropriately done through the approval process, what you're asking in the land development regulation. So I'll give you that back that example I'm talking about with another city where I'm having someone come in with an outdoor dining ordinance, right? In that outdoor dining ordinance, what I tasked that consultant to do was to come in and say, not only do I need the rule for how you can come in with outdoor dining, width and how many seats, but also the approval process. So the approval process is what having the neighbor being moved to provide input during the process is what the vice mayor is speaking to, and that's very much a part of that LDR on how do you approve a permit? What processes and steps do you allow and need to take? Because it's a special case example.
And I think what the mayor was asking, correct me if I'm wrong, is that just by that language being in there, you're not necessarily guaranteed it by right.
Right.
It
just allows
It's just an option.
You're right. Your by right come in the zoning that tells you the categories for which you can construct that by right into.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on the center island?
Nope, I don't think so.
All right, moving to theater and art mixed use. When we thought about if we can scroll down to that section as well. We initially thought about this as kind of this, you had a theater there, it used to be pink, now it's a teal. But we, while they pull that up, if it's all right, Mayor.
Yeah, Jacob, can you move down to the next section? The, down by the Church of Ascension.
All right. So we thought about this more of it's a very narrow strip, but there are existing potential businesses there.
You can do what you did before. Just go back to the map and just zoom in on the next.
He went to Times Square, so we want to go south.
Oh, that's Times Square, yeah.
Yeah, we're past Times Square. We're on a theater.
Slides down from that.
Theater and arts.
It's actually one of your
Keep
other
going.
tabs. You have the tab
Keep
open
going.
at the top for arts and theater.
He's getting there.
There we go.
There it is.
Right.
That's nice. It shows the streets.
Was a bit smaller when we first presented to you. We were asked in discussion with the LPA to expand it. The impetus behind it was to think about the ground floor, maybe a restaurant and breakfast place with maybe one or two floors above being residential, like live above the restaurant. Not very overly high intensity, because behind this neighborhood, toward the inland side, you have the right, you have single family residents. So we didn't imagine to be at quite the scale at the other nodes. We did keep to what is currently permissible in terms of the FAR and dwelling unit, but the intent is to provide small things like art galleries, little activities, provide maybe even a little bit of a branding from an art standpoint to kind of draw that in. Sometimes you need branding as part of marketing, right?
I hate to do this, but I'm going to ask. I'm not trying to open up a can of worms. It's just more of a question.
Right.
There's been a number of folks who live in that neighborhood who've been concerned about the beach theater having outdoor dining. How will that be handled in this iteration here that's before us?
Well, I think it's the same as the answer as we did answered in the LDR for outdoor dining. If there's a concern, then it should be written in the process for how you approve these, whether it's conditional or whether you have to make sure you have a workshop with the neighbors, something to that effect, right?
And
so
there
would be handled the
may be
same
some
way.
neighbors who like it, some who don't, but
Right.
I think they want at least to have a voice in that process. Yeah.
Totally heard and understood on that. The same answer as before, right? It's about how you build your approval process and your land development regulation.
In not trying to get too granular on things, but in the purpose and in the uses, this is in that area that they were talking about Paula Kiker.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the uses, none of those uses that are in there align with what she does. So are we pigeonholing ourselves by putting these uses in there? Or is it, what I'm trying to get at is, because if someone wants to go to put a dentist office in that building next door, could there be an argument that, well, it's not in the future land use map is a continued, I know that goes to the codes, or to the zoning, but because they wouldn't necessarily technically align? Would that be an issue?
I think we should probably add the word include commercial and before commercial recreation, and then you'll be fine. And if you want to with that amendment, we'll, before you go to approval.
If everyone's on board with it,
I think that's a good idea. Good catch.
I just don't want, because we're naming whatever these nodes, whatever you want to call them,
Right.
that it's not just specific to, maybe there isn't a dance studio that wants to come.
Oh yeah, and
Mhm.
a doctor's office would fit in with like go to the doctor's office while your kid is at a ballet dance studio, right? It's kind of like how do you? It's about that. I got only so many hours in a day, and I got a family and errands I have to run. How do I kind of mix those and combine them, right? So,
But I think making it explicit in that area would be very helpful.
So it does say it allows retail and restaurants. So we would also just need to include offices.
Retail, restaurants,
Oh yeah, that's where you
office
guys come in.
space.
I think you get what I was trying to say.
yeah, yes, sir.
And then would this need the same adjustment in the density category
Mhm.
as before? I would assume they would all.
I think all of them
I
do.
think all
The
of them
platted
do.
overlay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they
Yeah,
all.
all
Yeah,
of
they
them
all do. And then the next one after that is Santini. We talked about earlier that also just to recap the Southern Gateway. What the thought about it is it does have a current master plan, so it doesn't kind of impede on that. But if something else comes along and there's a better idea that the council was totally thinks it's fully worthy, go for it. A lot of the rest of the future land use element, you'll see that some of it is just either wordsmithing or in some cases we're just deleting the word category and adding word categories. So things like that to try to clean up the language as well. But I'm scrolling through to see if there's something else I should highlight. Oh yeah, workforce housing is something that is you don't have to do it, but it now gives you the option to you choose to go forward with workforce housing policies in the future. The comprehensive plan didn't really account for that before. This is also good because it also helps bring your housing element into compliance. We don't think that if you weren't to have even nothing on workforce housing, you probably get comments back from the state denying the change in your comp plan.
Is that why all the new categories for workforce housing, because every one of them practically was listed as new? So is that something that wasn't in our comp plan before and we're just adding it because
we're required to
now?
address that.
Okay.
Yeah, your comprehensive plan would not pass muster if it did not have some sort of affordable or workforce housing language in there.
Okay.
But our word choice is workforce, not affordable, correct?
Yeah, so that's where you'll see we deliberately went more towards the workforce housing and the item or neutralized on that language. We had a lot of that discussion before. Also, use some of the latest and greatest in terms of what you could do. You'll see something that's newer called auxiliary dwelling unit, with 10 tied into commercial. So kind of that workforce housing aspect component really just play into that a little bit more. That's drawing from national examples actually. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it from
Scott, you had had a question regarding building stories and height via email. What we did here was correct what it said. It was saying 2 stories.
Right.
And it's actually 3 stories because we count the ground floor. And so we're making the language in the comprehensive plan match what everything the land development code said except for one area of the downtown. So and we're making that correction at the next hearing.
Well, that there was
Or
also
actually,
there was
after
also a
this.
question that was brought up. Let's see if I can pull it up. Wasn't
Yeah, I mean that's I've always thought that's confusing. The stories part is even though you're not counting the floor, you're
For height, you're counting it
you're
as a
counting it
story.
as a story.
Yeah.
It gets very confusing.
I agree.
Yeah, there was some language in the future land use element. It was 4-C4 for the record. It said a height limit similar to the 1997 interim change will be maintained, but an opportunity will be provided to owners of existing parcels that are so surrounded by tall buildings that it would be grossly unfair to apply the new height limit to them.
And we kept that language. If you scroll to it's page 16 in mine.
It's page 530.
Okay.
Is where it starts.
Yeah,
And it goes into
it's
531.
new flu 1C4, and we kept that language. The only thing that changed was instead of it saying 2 stories, it now says
Says
3
three.
stories because that's actually accurate.
So it's first floor plus 2, or the
Mhm.
flood plus 2.
Good.
All right.
We also, if you scroll down to, it was policy 4C6 talking about motel densities. We've changed it to transient densities, and now we're talking about floor area ratio. So that's new flu policy 1C6.
Page 531.
That's page 531, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And just Sarah, help me better understand. I don't want to beat another dead horse on this, but it just the stories thing. What is the reason? I mean, if you've got 30 feet above base flood elevation, what is the necessary? Explain to me again why there's a necessity to have the verbiage of stories. If someone wanted to build 3 stories with 10-foot ceilings and they could meet all the codes and requirements throughout the state to do it, why? And they still meet with all the other things that you have to as far as density and intensities. Why does it really matter if there's 3 stories inside there or 2?
I maintained the language that was already in there. This came up at the LPA. They talked about whether they wanted to remove the number of stories. They decided they didn't. I don't have a preference one way or the other or an opinion. It would depend on how it's built. And maybe that's it. Maybe we don't want stories to look short and squat. Maybe we want to ensure that they look like the correct height. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really up to you. If you want to remove the number of stories and just keep it to the 30 feet above base flood, we've removed some of the language in the land development code that would have allowed people to sneak additional stories in above the height of the building, which was a problem that we were having, just people kind of sneaking extra stories into attic space. So I don't know that that's an issue. It's really up to you guys.
Does anybody else see my point? What,
I see what you're
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It could be argued that putting a story in there, low ceilings, you're actually putting more people in there, or so that if it's residential, if you have story, then you can have a certain number of units. But if you have 3, you've got 50% more, or you'll have more floor space, in other words, and it would accommodate more people.
But aren't there other
And
safeguards?
that's an
This would
intensity
be-
issue.
That would be accounted for in the floor area ratio, but in a house, it may not because
that's right.
it's a building coverage as opposed to floor area ratio for
Makes sense.
residential.
Well, I don't.
uses. So
It was just something that I needed.
yeah,
I'm not pushing one way or another. I was just trying to
I would
better
say
understand
this is the common way to do it so that people understand what this is going to look
It's
like when they
clear and
read
easy.
through it. They're like 30 feet. How big is that? And then you say 2 story, 3, 3
Right.
stories. And they're like, oh, I know how that
I
big
get
that is.
Okay, that's fine. That's all. We can move on.
If there's nothing further in the Sorry, if there's nothing further in future land use element, I'd like for it to move to the housing element.
Anyone have any other questions with the future land use map element? Move on.
All right, thank you.
I actually have a question about marina. Do most towns, is their definition of marina the same as ours? Or is ours more restrictive, or what do you find in other cities?
You're pretty consistent with what we have. We did add a bit on preservation of working waterfront because state statutes require that you consider working waterfront as part of your comprehensive plan. But that's about the only most major thing that that would pretty much add it to the marinas. Other than that, pretty standard.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
All right, housing element. The one of the first changes that we are recommending is to just kind of use the word attainable housing. It's people think about housing element and they automatically think, oh wait, it's affordable and workforce. No, the housing element for any comprehensive plan, it's about maintenance of your existing housing stock, emergency housing option in case of emergencies with time. It's in the coastal management element, depend on how you treat that with a community. But important here is to think about attainable housing, not from the standpoint of who you're going to bring in, but about your existing residents, about the people who currently live here. And in that regard, one of the bigger changes that we recommended was to add something in housing 1A1, which is to consider development of land development codes that support and enable its aging population to remain independent in their own home or in a non-healthcare environment for as long as health allows. We had a lot of feedback from both the public and the LPA and some of the former counselors as well on the importance of thinking about the fact that Fort Myers Beach has an aging population. And it is something that we look to is okay, so what can be used to empower our elderly residents who are still here to be able to maintain and stay in their existing housing as our current residents. In that regard, thinking about opening up the consideration for you to put in your code later on things maybe accessory dwelling units or in-law suites that you may call them, and having processes for how you might approve those. You actually at least have to have the language saying we're gonna even consider it in the first place. So this what opens that up. This is something that's consistent in other communities on how to think about the elderly population because of they have to think about their sources of income to maintain their health, for example, and this provides them that option. Past that, you'll see some deletions and other things that just really clean up of text. There is a policy that's actually needed here, change that's needed, where it said new housing shall be built to comply with the applicable Florida building code and FEMA standards. That wasn't there before. It is going to be a requirement. You're going to get comments if you don't adopt that. Let's see. And of course, there are still some tie-ins back from the workforce housing into here as well, but that's required. And also keep it consistent across multiple elements. Some of these elements that you see that are newer toward the end, those are things that your comprehensive plan hadn't updated in a while, and since then the state had put in a number of things that it wants you to consider. In this case, is we have kind of blunted the language so that you will consider them or review certain incentives. Doesn't mean you have to adopt them, it's just that you have to review them. There is a key distinction there that they want to make sure you review them. And of course, there's something that if you're looking for attainable and workforce housing, particularly in thinking about these units, thinking about how you have expedition of processing, so considering those policies as well. There are other things for prefabricated, how you have those adoption policies because it lowers the cost of housing construction. So particularly important when you have an elderly person and they need to put an in-law unit in, become the source of income that I was mentioning earlier. And other things like partnerships. We did also put in here some limitations. For example, you can't have more than a certain percentage of micro units in a building, for example. That's to preserve the housing quality stock. And when I know I'm using a term micro unit, does everyone know what micro units are? Micro unit is where the unit size is between 250 square feet and 500 square feet. Usually in other cities, when I deal with studios, for example, studios are 550 square feet. So this takes it even smaller. So we want to limit the amount of those in a single building or just from a quality standpoint. Are there questions on the housing element?
Anyone have any questions for Eddie? John?
No.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Karen?
No, I was just looking at that one piece though, that it says, provisions for conversion of underutilized office space into workforce housing.
Yeah.
Is that something that's required as well, or?
That's not necessarily required, but you do have the towers where I actually would think that not even just converting for workforce housing, but just for even regular housing at this point, based on what you have, might be a good policy to adopt. Just because you don't necessarily have that conversion ratio in there or those ideas in your code on how to purpose the existing building. Because what are you going to do then? Just either let it sit vacant or tear it down? Doesn't seem like to be a good use.
Yeah, that's housing E12. Okay.
Just gives you the flexibility of having the wordage in there, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah. You could actually just take that policy, remove the word workforce, and then just say for conversion of underlying utilized office space into housing, and it's perfectly fine. But it is, it's not necessarily required. As a consultant, I would recommend to you as a good policy to have, because you can always say no later on the conversion. But right now, you have some of the buildings that are just not being well utilized.
Makes sense. On to the next one.
All right. On to the next element then. Recreation and open space.
Did we skip over one?
Wait, what about coastal management element?
Coastal management, sorry. I got it in email order, so let me move to the other email and go to there. Sorry. Coastal management element. Pretty straightforward on coastal management element. A lot of this required because your coastal management element has to achieve certain objectives. First is it has to think about how you're dealing with the beaches. Second is evacuation and those type of policies. Replacement of not replacement of building really in your coastal high hazard areas really. There wasn't much we needed to change. You're pretty this element had been kept to a bit better than the other elements. So from what we saw, the most major change was that you had to add in a policy to remember to review and update your plan with every 5 would be having. Another one with to keep consistency in FEMA requirement. Here's one where it's really important that you move forward as well. Buildings identified repetitive loss by FEMA. It needs to be a policy, and it needs to be demolished and be permitted to be constructed under town buildback policy or current regulations. You just can't just repair it. You have to bring it up to code. That's really, really important for repetitive law in particular.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I've read the news. But now it's kind of enshrined in your comprehensive plan like it should be. It wasn't before. And any questions on the update? I tried to point out the most salient ones.
Looks like it's just basic small text. I mean, I didn't
Right.
notice anything.
Right.
Anyone have any questions on this element? No.
All right.
Move on.
Which is the next element I should pull up?
Oh, give me a second.
Recreation. Next one's recreation and open space.
Okay, let's move back to this email.
Did I
Thank
miss
you.
over one? I'm at transportation, but I probably skipped over it.
Did I skip over?
No.
Oh,
No, it's the
No,
next
you're right.
one,
Yeah, you're
recreation
right.
and
I
open
just was-
space.
Paging down too fast.
Slow down then.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Recreation and open space. Every community has to have this element. Oh, and of course, I forgot to note earlier. You'll see that throughout a lot of the changes, even some of the mine changes, you'll see that particularly in recreation and open space, we try to give title to just the policy. So instead of just saying policy RS 1B9, we add the word like wayfinding. So you actually know what the policy is about without having to dig into the actual text. So it's giving that title, sometimes it's just a small change, but it's a nice one to have to make it more readable. With that, I think the most major aspect of this to begin with was to really just think about your view corridors, something we've heard a lot from the public about, preserving the view corridors to the beach. And the kind of the language in here begin to think about this by saying the towns are aiming to preserve and enhance publicly owned view corridor to the beach and water, and encourage additional preservation of scenic vista on private property when possible.
Eddie, I wonder, and you may not have been part of this, but the council spent a lot of time after Andy and came in, working with a number of not-for-profits. I see Jason in the back there, trying to 501c3s to see if we could acquire some beachfront land or have it donated to create pocket parks or additional parks on the island. I wonder if there's a way to codify that language into our comprehensive plan. And I'm also curious if we've had any progress on that, Jason. I know you've got 1,000 things going on, but we had an entity that was really partnering with us and helping with us. Is that still? Are you still optimistic, or on that front, or is it calmed down quite a bit? Or it may be Andy or Frankie want to comment on
It's
that.
actually calmed down quite a bit. They
Have they lost interest?
realized that they couldn't help us, so we're going through the other avenues with the state. What's the term?
R2P2?
Yeah, kind of with that designation as well, but with the what is it called when you put it in the trust, in the state land trust, we have to purchase it first, and then they will reimburse for it. So we're working through that at this
Is that
point.
something we would want to codify in our comprehensive plan? That's a goal for the town, because it seems to parallel nicely with that category. But
I think if the council want to, it's not a bad thing to codify and say this is one of the methods you are working on. I would say it shouldn't be the
I
only.
think we ought to include that, because it seemed to we had kind of universal support for that effort, and I didn't realize that entity had faded out. We've got a new entity working on it, but as long as we're still focused on it, because this is the time. The time is never going to be better for us to try to acquire some.
Right. Your current policy is amended here does speak to that. And another element, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we found that there were some outdated entities. So it's generally against I usually don't advise that you put specific entities into the comprehensive plan, just because, like
Entities
mentioned,
change.
they cease to exist. But what you want to do is kind of take the spirit of that, right?
Yeah.
So what we have here, the spirit is that you're gonna aim to preserve and enhance the public view corridors, and you're encouraging this through public-private partnerships or working with
But
nonprofits.
we also want to add.
Yeah,
not
you want
just,
to add.
not just preserve.
Okay.
And it
Um,
right? I mean,
So perhaps that's important here. Not only a policy on wayfinding, if I can direct you to the very end, y'all didn't have a monitoring section, which is kind of important for this element. So we in the monitoring objective over time to track the number of partnerships, agreements, that some of those some partnerships may include with nonprofits as well, and just to track and implement ADA accessibility in particular, which was something that we did not see in the in the parks element. Monitoring element portion is probably the most major change here because you didn't have that before.
It has 1C1 A1 Marine Task Force. Expand the purview of the town's Marine Resource Task Force to include the sustainability of recreational use of marine resources. I'm not exactly sure what that's telling me.
Could you repeat that policy again? Sorry.
Oh, is it?
1C1 A1.
1C1 A1.
Oh, A1 is struck through.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't have my readers on again. Darn it. And just trying to get used to them. I just got it.
I think we were like, this really doesn't.
So that's actually an existing policy, and we just struck through that last part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Overall, the rest of it made sense. Canoe trails, water shuttle service to your natural resources. If you want to do in the future, having a comprehensive recreational system that you kind of plan out the entire island on that we didn't see necessarily need to change that language because you should be having that language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I did want to speak to the monitoring section. The LPA did ask that we pare that back a little bit. It was a little more specific than they wanted to see. We made it a little less specific, so there are additional ways. So it's a little more open to how it can be monitored.
Right.
Very good. Any other questions? No?
One thing, I think we made a change in this one. Previously, we were only looking at park availability. LOS was based only on permanent residents, and we changed that to include transient visitors also, because transient visitors also use all of our park amenities. So it makes sense that whenever somebody's proposing a large development that's going to be bringing a lot of visitors to the island, that they also consider how that will impact the parks and beaches.
Very good.
And that's also important for when the council wants to ask something of the developer. It provides you the basis from the essential and rational nexus and proportional nexus standpoint for what you're judging this. So it's really important for future funds. As well. If there's no other questions, which is the next
Transportation.
This is the one where we probably need to spend a little bit more time with you because there's been so much back and forth that certain things that we had in earlier versions that you see have all been completely stripped out. And I'm not sure that's the way we would want to necessarily go, right? We had previously recommended to you the creation of a transportation master plan with some subsections with a consideration of things like pedestrian bridges where applicable, where they make sense, creation of certain pathways to the beaches as a part of a master plan for you to acquire later or to work with others to acquire later as view corridors. All of those were kind of eliminated along the way, and we weren't sure if there's a reason why, or do you want to bring that back into the discussion?
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned that because I was going to chastise you for not including them. But do you say they were taken out at some point?
They were taken out at some point. Yeah, a lot of stuff was taken out at some point, and this was the section, this was the element that was kind of impacted the most.
Because when you and before the storm, you and I and Sarah had a one-on-one. We met for an hour, and
right.
I think I spent 55 minutes of the hour talking about pedestrian walkovers, and I didn't see anything in the report. What I'd love to see, and I'd love to my colleagues' reaction to it, is I'd love to see some language in there for projects that have land on both sides of Estero Boulevard, and or for projects that want to partner with each other that may not have land on both sides, but they decide to partner together. I would like to see language in there that where the town would consider that a public benefit, that they're putting a pedestrian walkover in, and have that be a consideration as it's reviewed by the town and the LPA and the council. I think this transportation section, and I've got a number of other comments on it, is could really be beefed up, considering the transportation issues. One of our number one quality of life issue challenges for this island in terms of congestion. So the pedestrian walkover piece, I'd like to, again, have it formally considered. I'm curious as your professional opinion in terms of how it's referenced in comprehensive plans, but I'd like to have it be considered a public benefit. And then the bodies could weigh it appropriately. I mean, I'm not telling them how to weigh it, but just that it would be considered a public benefit. And I'd like to have the town also be a party to that as well. So if it's town land or toward beach access or whatever, wherever it works, I want to really incentivize that pedestrian crossover, walkover concept. And we have areas right now where it's germane. We're talking about Times Square remodel and rebuild, and there's an opportunity for a pedestrian walkover bridge to either the county land or Margaritaville or both. Certainly, Margaritaville is setting the tone. We've got a lot of work to do at educating folks to utilize that. We've got the Lani Kai has a property on both sides of Estero. That's a real challenge for congestion. And I've talked to them, and they're open to the concept. They're obviously got bigger priorities in terms of trying to get open. The Red Coconut folks, the Seagate folks, have a great opportunity for pedestrian walkover. They've been open to the concept, to their credit. Now that the town's acquiring the land across from the outrigger, it creates opportunities for another pedestrian overpass at the outrigger. Because if we can get people going over the traffic and allow the traffic to continue to flow, it's a huge piece of the puzzle. There's no one solution to our traffic woes, but that's a piece of the puzzle. And then I'd like to also have some language in here where I understand, I listened to the LPA discussion, and I realize it's a challenging issue because the Estero is a county road, but I do think we need to have the Congress oftentimes will pass what they call a sense of the Congress, which sends their intent. And I think we need to talk about pedestrian railings on Estero Boulevard wherever possible. And if a business, it's in their particular, if it's on their private property where they can help on that front, that would be considered a public benefit as well. Certainly, we need to send a message to our county brothers and sisters to make that a priority, I think, as well. It's, again, part of the solution. And then there is water ferry language in here as well, but they call it water taxi. I like to change that word to water ferry and or taxi, because the ferry is different and the ferry is eminent. And I want when we get into that, there's some language. You have language on the water taxi, but I have some specific suggestions on that when we get to it. And then two other things. I want to put some language in, if my colleagues are comfortable with it, that where we prioritize entities or projects that incentivize folks to not rent a car from the airport when they come to Fort Myers Beach. And I also want to incentivize folks who create some kind of a shuttle service, should that be a better option for them. And then, well, we'll get to this as well, but there is discussion of these alternative bike routes or paths on Estero Boulevard. We talked about that a little bit later recently, but I'd like to talk about how we fund those as well. So just some thoughts as we get into that. But the pedestrian walkover piece was I thought the most, and the pedestrian guardrails was the most, was the thing that got me most exercised in terms of its absence. And so if we could work on that, that would be swell.
We do actually have policy T17?
I tried to find that, sir. Where is that?
T1. Okay. Yeah. Policy
Page
T1.
571.
It's pedestrian overpasses. I think that it could be improved. It was existing language.
Yeah.
But that was in there already. I do have concerns about railing. And the reason is if somebody goes over a rail, if somebody is out in the right of way, they don't have a way to get out of the right of way. So that would be my biggest concern is if somebody got into the right of way, then they would be stuck in the right of way, unable to get out.
Right. And so the overpasses, we had previously expanded language on and building on what you have, because what you had was just at Times Square. And based on our discussions, Vice Mayor, you had wanted to consider a little bit further south, particularly now that we have considered the nodes and everything. And that's my recollection from the
I'd like to consider pedestrian overpasses wherever practicable.
Right.
Yeah.
So we had gone through and we had structure and language on policy, what is now T1, H1, just so that it didn't really just refer just to Times Square, which is what you currently have. The concern that was pushed back from the to us was about the views, the view shed and so forth. How often can you have it? Will it be like, oh, everyone has a footbridge and so you can't see the sky type of deal? And so that's something that we weren't able to work through. But I think
I've heard the aesthetic issue, and if someone's sitting in traffic for an hour and a half, I think that becomes less of an issue when you're sitting in traffic for an hour and a half. And again, there's a way to do them so they're aesthetically pleasing. I don't think anybody could. It would be hard to make an argument that the Margaritaville pedestrian overpass has caused, aesthetic challenges for the island.
Right.
And I think again, if the Lani Kai, that's a critical area for traffic congestion and a lot of pedestrians crossing, and that's where the pedestrian guardrail comes in illegally. And then the pedestrian overpass could really be helpful in that area. And again, none of these are going to solve our problems, but boy, we got to keep trying to do things.
Would it help, Vice Mayor, if we were to go through and strike certain language like at Times Square, and then for the council consideration to add just one policy that the town will develop a roadway standards or kind of a multimodal roadway standards guide, and that will encompass everything that you're asking, the council might ask for, right? What are the standards for creating these pedestrian overpasses? What are the rules and guidelines for creating these pedestrian overpasses? Where might we want a multi-use path? Meaning you combine a bike lane and a sidewalk, and when you might not want to have those and have separate facilities. To do that, it's important from a facilities planning standpoint, because once you have those guidelines on how your community wants to look and function with all these elements that you had just spoken about, right down to the water tactics, then staff will be able to help engineer them.
Yeah, I just want to send a message to those who might be coming to Fort Myers Beach to work on a project or a rebuild. I want them to see that, hey, well, boy, if we do this is something that's encouraged, and it would be looked favorably upon as a public benefit. So it has some. I just don't want it to be empty rhetoric.
So what we did and what I did in Sunny Isles Beach was essentially have a master plan. I wrote their master plan, and just like you, to have one corridor, Collins Ave, A1A, and we actually set those distances for the crossing. We set these guidelines and certain aspects in place. And so when the developer came in or public were to look at the document, they all had all these expectations of what should come in, what needs to come in. And that was kind of the impetus of where we were beginning with the policies that were later taken out. But having those standards, having that document might be my recommendation, to have a standard document that will be used to and developers on what is expected and required, especially the required part if you're coming in and you're asking for a bridge over.
Okay.
If Mayor?
No, I'm just,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just work with me on that, I want it to have a little bit of, again, I just don't want it to be just rhetoric. I want a developer or a rebuilder to come in and say, hey, this is it. This is interesting because oftentimes we hear what's helpful to Fort Myers Beach, what's interesting to you all, what's a public benefit.
Right.
And I just want them to be able to get some guidance from our comprehensive plan that is something that would be encouraged.
Right.
And looked favorably upon. And again, obviously, each individual case is going to be different. The aesthetics are going to be different and unique.
Right.
But that's the thrust of it.
Right. If it's all right with the council, what we would do then is we'll craft a policy designating either a master plan or master design guidelines, inclusive of all the elements that the vice mayor had indicated to be considered as part of that master design guidelines. And we'll go through and we'll strike the text that kind of restrict things to place.
That'd be great. And with respect to the water ferry language, water ferry / taxi language, I want to also include the town in that. We talk about the town using the gas tax for various different forms of transportation. But if there's a situation where we have a viable water ferry, right, and they need some help from the town, either access or some kind of a funding source that's reasonable and that has to go through the whole process of approval to help in a particular aspect of its operation. Again, my understanding is the proposed water ferry will be completely private and operational and successful on itself. They may need some help from the town in terms of access. For example, if they want to serve the Mound House, which is great. I just think we need to say somewhere that the town is going to be a partner with these water ferries, however possible, to help, again, reduce traffic congestion. Is our broader goal.
I think I have language right now to on T1 D6 for the council's consideration. So where it says encourage water taxis.
We're going to use the word water ferry or taxi. Yep, they are different. Yep.
Right. I would actually recommend you to encourage water transportation.
Fine.
That would be more broad, so that if it comes in at the ferry or service, it should say to encourage the development of such services. The town shall ease regulations. It should instead say the town shall ease regulation or provide assistance as deemed appropriate by the council. So, in the future, you choose to allocate certain funds toward water transportation that's covered here.
If I could, Eddie, and this is completely unorthodox, but if I could ask you to unanimous consent to proceed out of order, he's not even paying attention. But I see somebody here from the water ferry, maybe is paying attention. Is there anything, Jim, that we're missing in terms of the comp plan? Oh,
I like Eddie. Water transportation.
All right, very good. All right.
Right.
He didn't ask me to say this, by the way. I just saw him sitting out there, but but he is involved in the water ferry. Yeah.
So it said the town to eat regulations to require water taxis to provide dedicated and so forth, and end with provide docket for water taxis. After that, comma, and as appropriate, and provide assistance as deemed appropriate by the council.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
I've got a question about parking. Are we, Jim? Are you done, sir?
Let's see. Can you put some language in as well, Eddie, to, again, as another public benefit, to incent various businesses on the island to encourage them to incent folks who come to Fort Myers Beach from the airport to not rent a car? Can you think about that one? I know it's a little different and unique, but I want some of our redevelopment friends to build that into their package.
Right. There are two ways that can be done. For your hotels and motels, you could provide for certain regulations in your own development regulations on what if they provide a dedicated hotel transfer shuttle, right? What considerations the town may provide for that. Or in some cases, some folks have tried to make it a requirement
Just the shuttles, the old school, the new way of thinking is to provide them a $50 credit when if they take an Uber or a car service, then they get a credit off their bill when they come. I just want to build that concept in.
So what we would do is we would just simply just add language here, particularly just I think a new policy that would encourage what we call TDM, transportation demand management, techniques for transient, residential, and businesses. But it need to be kind of thought out on what you exactly want to provide for that.
That's fine. If you just, as long as you don't use that acronym, I think that'd be good because you're going to lose people pretty quick. But
yeah, but it definitely, if you were to look at other cities and look in their policies, that's what will kind of fall under. It's transportation demand management.
I think along those lines too, I didn't see anything here, maybe I missed it, that encouraging, continuing to look into the future. There's things out there that'll come up that aren't maybe here today. We're talking about water taxis and there's things that potentially, I guess, to encourage, to your point, how do we encourage developers or people that are going to incentivize people not to bring a car to the island, leave it at the airport, get here somehow, some way. And if you do, you get credits or you get some kind of, if there's a way to put language specifically in, that may be a public benefit. That could be something that could look at as a public
taking
benefit.
that one step further, it's not just the guests. I mean, it's the employees too.
That's very true.
We will find a way to revert the term TDM because that's all everything you're asking falls on the realm of what we call transportation demand management that's seen in other comprehensive plans.
But just not that I'm any kind of rocket scientist, but when I came up with this concept of a credit on your hotel bill for taking an Uber or a car service, that seems to be kind of a new concept. So I wanted it somehow in writing. So a potential developer, should they be skimming through this, they'd say, "Oh, well, this is something that would be pleasing to the town of Fort Myers Beach. Let's throw this into the mix."
So I think that makes a lot of sense, especially at the trading point. When we get to the CPDs, if somebody wants to provide less parking, showing this is our system for doing that. So I think that makes a lot of sense because that's going to benefit them as well as us. It's not just they're keeping cars off the road.
Yeah. Those are the things. The symbiotic ones are the best because everybody wins.
There is a policy T13.
B3,
that the LPA sort of kicked to you guys. They were not comfortable saying whether they thought that was still correct or not.
What page is that on, Sarah?
Oh gosh,
page 2.
Yeah, it's on my page.
Can you describe it?
That.
At the very top, it's highlighted.
Yeah, it's highlighted yellow.
Oh, the one.
Yeah, we weren't sure how to proceed given comments from the LPA. We need to defer to the council on this.
It's highlighted on there.
Yep.
Improvements to Estero Boulevard. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Seems like a good place to put in some pedestrian guardrails, Sarah.
Well, the issue is that Estero Boulevard is not our road. It is Lee County's. So we can make recommendations. We
did already kind of take over the responsibility of the vegetation of Estero Boulevard. How do you incorporate the vegetation into not necessarily a guardrail, but a vegetation safety barrier?
I think you've discovered a very clever loophole there, Mr. Mayor, in terms of how we guide our pedestrians to the crosswalks.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of, they've got beautiful hedges that don't take a lot of maintenance instead of perennial peanut.
Yeah, low impact design.
Yeah, people just walk over.
Thorns.
One disadvantage there is that if you're driving and you can't see the pedestrians, so that would have to be low enough so that
I agree.
we
That's
can
fine.
definitely see kids on bikes and people pushing strollers and
Yeah, well, I don't think we're talking about big palm trees or anything like that. I think.
well, no, but I mean, like some of the hedges, they're dense enough and they're tall enough that you can't see a child.
Well, sure.
So there would just be a need to ensure that we're doing this correctly. But yeah,
And do we need to keep that 1999? And everywhere else, we've kind of struck that out, but
Yeah, I'd get rid of that.
Yeah, we originally had struck it out.
Yeah, and then the LPA just wasn't real sure, and they wanted to ask you guys to.
I have
check
no,
in
I
on
have
it.
no issues with, even though it is a county road, I have no issues with, again, sort of a sense of the council or the sense of the town of Fort Myers Beach that this would be an idea, this would be an ideal goal. The counties, our commissioner Sandelli's always asking, tell us what you want, tell us what you, I mean,
Of risks to carry these out, or I mean, because that's what this says.
But maintenance of what?
The roadway.
Yeah, it just
And
says
improvements.
maintenance if necessary to carry out these improvements.
So in other cities, what happens is usually when there's an upper level entity, be it county or FDOT, the local entity will enter into an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, to take over the maintenance cost of their improvement for the lifespan of those.
and we've done that with respect to landscaping. That's the
But
extent.
you're trying to say further it into stormwater, drainage, sidewalks, things like that. If you're saying the roadway, you're essentially saying own it without owning it.
Essentially, that's what your policy has you moving towards. We weren't sure if you
Yeah, I
wanted to
don't
keep
think
that
we're-
policy or not.
I don't think we're moving towards that.
I don't want that bill.
I don't. We don't want that. We just right now we just do the landscaping,
right?
And that's at least from my perspective, that's fine. That's the extent of it.
But with the negotiation of
right,
maybe reword the negotiation.
Maybe it's to instead of negotiating,
monitor. I mean, we can monitor to allow be the monitoring service, or so to speak.
Advocate for certain street sign standard is something I've used in other communities as well, where you have a certain standard that you want and you advocate and negotiate for that. You may not be putting it in, but you're telling staff, hey, please make sure you talk to county. We have this vision and we want you to communicate with them. That's been policies I've written elsewhere as well. So in that case, you're not taking that, that means responsibility, but you're still ensuring that, hey, we heard the feedback from our residents. We have our vision at the town of what this should look like. We're going to advocate for that using our plans. That might be the next best thing. Or that's why there's this back and forth on it, right?
I've got a question about A2 parking. I'm just not comfortable with that first sentence. It says, even though existing parking lots are not used to capacity. I totally disagree with that.
Yeah.
I don't like that wording at all.
What page is that, Scott?
Probably
it's the page above where we were just looking at.
I would strike that first sentence personally.
I just don't like it at all.
Yeah, if it's all right with the council, we can strike that first sentence.
You guys okay with that?
That's fine.
Yep.
Town of Fort Myers Beach will address parking storage methods outlined in this plan, which involved later on looking at off-island parking. I know that very early on
Or either
I have provided
an agreement.
Yeah.
I mean, I've said this numerous times. I mean, I don't want to be in the parking business, but we need to help find a solution for it because well, unless it's lucrative, you're right. But you've telling people how many parking spots they should have, and I just
very, very early on, I had recommended to the council that you really move toward policy to move away from surface parking and just really trying to concentrate the parking in centralized structures at specific locations on the island. That's also to get people to park in one place and to walk instead of parking to the closest parking lot to where they need to go, and then just kind of circulating with that parking lot to the next one and adding more traffic when one lot is full and the other one isn't. So you were to move towards a centralized parking system. It does not only take care of some of your traffic issues over time, but those surface parking lots, because you do have a very finite amount of developable land, it will increase the value of that land and you can build something else on it. So that's something that I recommended very early on. You see that it's been taken out, but I would suggest that if you're concerned about parking, that is one thing to revisit and look at.
So how would on that one, so we've got the town of Fort Myers Beach will address parking shortages through the methods outlined in this plan and then add and other appropriate initiatives desired. And that way it leaves it open to looking at what options are available. You know, that might be a parking study to see actually how much parking is being used and where we need it the most. And maybe public-private partnerships down the road if it's appropriate.
That's a good approach.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. If we're okay with that, we'll use that method, and it'll have you have staff reevaluate that as time progresses, and as the island continues to rebuild, you might encounter things that you had not anticipated, right? So this help you with that anticipation of how to react when the time comes as well. Okay.
Anything else for Eddie? Did you get it all?
All right. Next
You're
one.
nodding your head. I heard you typing over there. You just hand her your notes.
That wouldn't be
The next element.
Historic preservation.
Okay. This one was. All right. You'll see that some of it really hasn't changed because in historical preservation, your policies were pretty standard what we saw in the state. And then some of it, given current conditions, we had to look at the text again and also look at the text of what the state statutes require when you do have a historic preservation element. You do not necessarily have to have a historic preservation element. The state does require some aspect of those policy, but other places have put it in the future land use element. Y'all just have put it in a separate element. So just begin with that caveat. These are pretty straightforward on some of the initial one. They're actually just more cleanup of text. For example, I'll bring you to the third one on that sheet that you have, AP1 A1. You know that it used to reference all those other policies. So what we did instead of referencing another policy, we just put in writing what it's supposed to actually say instead of referencing everything else. That's really all that really kind of does. And that making sure you adhere to standard policies, standard provision for the Department of State, Division of Historical Resources, or the National Historic Preservation Act, and so forth. We took out a lot of the dated language, like referencing things like 1986 and 1992 and so forth. Let's see. A lot of these are just pretty standard as well because we found some of the language, for example, historic register items that were in multiple places. So you see some deletions there, and now it's in one place instead of 6 or 7. And so forth. There is some policies here just really geared toward identifying resources. That's what we felt with and review of your element, probably the most missing portion. When it comes to historic preservation, you have to there's a sequence of steps. You have to first identify, then you register, and then you have policies if you choose to protect those resources, but in that order, and you didn't really have the first step in the jurisdiction element. So a lot of that language is there to create that first step of identification and putting the resource to identify. Happy to take questions.
Realistically, I mean, outside of Mound House and the school and
Right.
maybe a couple of other buildings, I mean, how many historic designations do we still have?
Not that many, so we didn't actually think that there was much that was needed here. We did think there's an opportunity to tap into your historic preservation resources from a local culture or economic standpoint. So that's where you see some things that were kind of like you don't necessarily need it, but they're nice. Like if you incorporating the Estero Island Historic Society, the town will consider development of self-guided walking or biking tours. So that's kind of like encouraging people to explore those resources you do have in a meaningful way, even if it's someone who just moved here.
I think it's important to keep this all in there. I mean, now more than ever,
Right.
we've lost a
because we
lot
have
of it.
So,
Right.
So little left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the identification there is actually important. In the aftermath of any disaster, you look and you assess, right, and you identify what needs to be preserved.
Any questions on this element for Eddie? No? Moving on.
What's the
right.
next one?
Next
Capital
one
improvement.
Capital
is-
improvement.
Capital improvement. Okay. I'm going to start off with a very strong consultant caveat here. I don't normally submit a capital improvement element to the state without an adopted capital improvement program from a 5-year basis with your last 5 years. My understanding is that your CIP is a little bit dated. If the state responds back with it, what we will do is we'll try to provide an answer to get it to your town attorney on see if there's justifications there that we could tap into. But Sarah, when was the last adoption?
I feel like it was 2017. It was an older plan. We don't have a newer one at this point. We spoke with Joe about this and
or they noted as well, it's that just to remove existing capacity deficiency, but we also just broadened the language by adding word to about overall any existing deficiencies as well.
And I wanted to correct earlier when we were looking at the recreation and open space section, I said that we'd updated the LOS. It was in this section. If you look at policy CIE 1B3, that's where we've updated it to say visitors that the parks LOS is also based on
Visitors staying in hotels. Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
When I said it, I couldn't find it, but there it is.
I don't know how much it matters, but the permanent resident number is probably not correct anymore either.
No,
because I don't know if that matters or not.
It matters in the future when you go back and if you're trying to calculate impact fees and what was vested.
Got it.
But in that sense, that's more important than if than the actual resident count at this point in time. It's when you adopt those standards to calculate any concurrency or impact fees and what's vested and moving forward. Yep. Any questions on capital improvements?
None. No, sir.
All right. Going on to the next element.
Conservation.
Okay. All right, give me a second to pull it up. My computer's not agreeing with me. My apologies. Which one again?
Conservation.
Conservation. Thank you. Okay, that's not this email. That's this email. Conservation. Okay. Conservation.
So I've got a question on conservation, the one you have highlighted there.
Yes.
Per the 1B2.
Okay, let me go.
Where are we going to get the money for 16,000 acres, and from whom are we going to buy it from, and exactly where is it?
So
It was an existing policy, and that's why we highlighted it, because we didn't know if you wanted to keep the policy. It seemed a little bit.
Yeah, the LPA had a brief discussion about this, and they feel like some of this may have happened, but they were a bit unsure, and they wanted the town council to weigh in on whether this should still be a policy.
We're always encouraged, when we become financially stable to, get as much green space. And we had spoken about that with some of the beach frontage, but yeah, to say 16,000 acres, honestly, I mean, it's
the magnitude of this feels almost more like you should be seeking regional coordination.
Yeah, we buy a new city here
for the purchase, not doing it yourself at the town. I mean, quite frankly, that's just my recommendation. I mean, I would. Yeah. I mean, in and of itself, it's not a bad goal. It's a worthy goal. It's
an aspirational goal. Yeah.
Not one that maybe you should be undertaking on your own.
Right. Well, and it says actively encourage. So it's, if there's a larger group that's looking at doing some sort of a conservation measure, the town would be involved in that. It doesn't sound like it's anything that the town would need to actually start the process of.
Maybe if you want to keep it, let us know. If you want to strike it, let us know. We will happily do either.
I just don't know where are you going to accumulate 16,000 acres?
Yeah, exactly.
That was our thought too.
Just by way of reference, the old golf course is 55 acres. 55. Yeah.
Well, and I think
I would suggest to the council to strike it personally.
I would suggest
recommendation accepted.
All right, we will strike it. Thank you. You'll see that it looks like there's a lot of crossed out on here, but what it really is we realigned this element in a way that kind of it's supposed to be aligned logically. there were things that you had on one page and you had to dig like 5 pages further to find the next bit of what it was supposed to do. So what we did was we actually went back and we kind of jigsawed it in a way that policies that were supposed to be next to each other are now next to each other. And that's why they look like there's a huge amount of crosstalk on here. A lot of it isn't actually deletions. It is actually just reorganization for flow purposes. And our conservation, there are some language here that really just would, it needed to, in order to commit you to just the protection of marine and estuarine habitat, tying it back into your the future land use element. The state does require that you consider in the conservation element any protected species. And so we have went through and ensure that languaging does do that. This is then carried over to your development approvals on any lighting, related to sea turtles and so forth that we know. So all this remains in your revised element. Past that, yeah, it's I'm happy to take questions here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I'd like to highlight.
There was one question that came up at the LPA, and I'm sure you're wondering it also. It's policy 1C4, dredging tidal
I was just gonna
canals,
ask
and
you
it
that.
says the dredging of additional tidal canals is prohibited. So you can dredge the existing ones. This is just saying we don't create more canals.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Good point.
Yeah, because that came up too, and they said we can't dredge our canal. No, wasn't the intent.
Yeah, no, that was not the intent.
Get to maintain. That's not a
Right.
problem.
And that is changing from your original language. But your current language actually does prevent you from dredging your own existing canals right now, technically speaking. So this opened this back up to what your actual intent was.
We don't know what you just said. Move on.
All right. If there's no other question, I would note that your conservation element is where you have certain policies on solid waste and that sort of management as well. Not always where you find those items, but since you already had them there before, we didn't feel a need to change them.
No, it's much easier to read now than it was before.
Pardon?
It's much easier to read now than it was before, or at least follow.
Yeah, we were trying to make sense of it early on, Mayor, and we're like, why is this 4 pages past the last policy relating to it? And we're just, at some point, we just gave up and we were like, you know what, we're just gonna copy and paste on the different documents based on it, and then just reconstitute it.
All right. Any questions for Eddie? No. Move on.
All right. The next one is
Governmental.
Intergovernmental coordination.
intergovernmental coordination. Okay. Give me a second to pull it up. Okay, there we go. All right. I don't think we actually had to change much on here, just because there really wasn't much other than updating of dates. Yeah, I think and renumbering. Yeah, there weren't any necessarily too many new agreements to go with, and we know you have a updated agreement with the school board regarding the school, but the languaging we felt already covered that. So I don't think there was kind of a need to add extraneous details that are pretty much more administrative in nature. Past that, we deleted some of those older dates because some of these plans keep getting updated. So you don't want to have to necessarily update your plans over time. Pretty straightforward intergovernmental.
Any questions for Eddie? Utilities.
All right. Awesome. Is that all?
We're on. Oh, we got utilities element now.
Utilities.
Is that all?
Wishful thinking.
There was the property rights element. Not sure if I'm skipping over any, but
Yeah, we're at utilities.
utilities. Okay. Utilities. Okay. Yes. Utilities. The biggest change to utilities is to make sure that your numbers on flow and those standards are actually up to date. And to that, Sarah, we have reached out to the county for new
Yeah.
numbers, right?
So I reached out to the county regarding numbers, and we also currently the town is undergoing a modeling to figure out what pressure and how much water and all of that. The information in here is the most up to date. That could change after the modeling, but at this point, that is what we want to be striving for. Then regarding the sanitary sewer, that is Lee County's. So rather than reference Lee County's current number, we want to just reference Lee County's standards. That way, if they update theirs, we don't have to update ours. We just refer to them because it's theirs.
Right. It's more important from thinking about supply treatment and the capacity for potable water, as well as the water pressure. Still no pound per square inch. What we currently have in the comp plan is actually very dated. So you'll find that the new standard is the minimum pressure of 20 pounds per square inch of it's 40. So that would be a nice improvement. And the modeling, the prior modeling showed that we have 275 gallons per day per equivalent residential connection, which is actually on par for some of the other island communities I work with. So yeah, you're right on ball there. Your other elements had already included this to some degree, but for right here, water conservation is part of mandated policy from the state. So, but we looked at it. We don't feel that there's any need to change it. Now, in about 2 or 3 years, actually no, about let's say 2024, in about a year and a half or so, the region will update its water supply plan. At that point, you will have to go back in here, but it's current for right now. You just have to update it in about 2 years or so.
I just have a couple things. First of all, we've got a couple members of the LPA who have extensive utility background, and I thought their input was excellent. And if they're comfortable with this, I feel good about it. I just was going to potentially suggest one additional policy objective for the town. I've been talking to some folks at the federal and state level about the potential for Fort Myers Beach to have a pilot program to have our own microgrid, basically have our own source of power in an emergency situation. To get us through a week, 2 weeks, et cetera, not only just emergency facilities, but potentially, depending on what the generation source is, even broader than that. Because after a storm, not only do you have to get emergency operations going, but if there's key buildings that we can get air conditioned quickly, then the mold mildew issues are eliminated, and this allows our recovery to be much quicker. I just wondered if we could build into there as a goal to seek federal and state funds to establish a microgrid. Like microgrid in this essence basically it's our own power system, if you will. We would harden the existing transmission lines even further, and then we would also have our own power source. And that power source could be a litany of different things, but there's emerging technologies that could be really tremendous. So we don't have to determine the technology, but right now even storage technology is progressing quickly. So we could have power stored to get us through 2 or 3 days, or maybe even a week, depending on the storage technology. And then we could really have our own power source and not depend on the grid in times of emergency. So to me, that's somewhere else in the comprehensive plan in terms of hurricane response or whatever. But to have a goal is to develop our own microgrid and our own independent source of power in times of emergency seems like a you could even have an electromagnetic pulse event. I mean, but given our location being at Barrier Island, and that seems like an interesting path to pursue.
I think that I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that it is certainly a worthy goal. It's one that's going to be expensive. I would say that maybe the most appropriate first step is under the first objective to do a policy U1A7. And that new policy should just be the town shall study the potential feasibility of a microgrid system townwide.
That's fine.
And that way you do the study first, and then as a council, with all the information in front of you, you can make an informed decision on how you like to proceed.
And that's exactly what we're hoping to do. Yeah,
right.
We have an initial study and then present the study to the council and see if it's viable, and obviously if the funding's viable. So that, I just think it's helpful, again, from a goal standpoint, given what we went through after Hurricane Ian.
Right.
If we had our own, at least a modest power source after the storm, it could have alleviated a lot of challenges.
Is that, I'm just curious, when we met with our delegation this last legislative, we were told, I don't know the name of the specific federal entity, but I'm wondering if it's something that you're also working on about, they're looking at making Fort Myers Beach a pilot program for elevating the power structure just off the island that supports us. And we were specifically mentioned. I don't know if it's tying into what you're.
I think they're somewhat related, but the goal, I think the ultimate goal would be to have the power source here in Fort Myers Beach.
And that's fine. I guess what I'm getting at is if we're both working on the same thing, I just
I
assume
think,
one.
I think the
person
person I'm
work on
talking
it.
to are talking to some of the same people you're talking to, and I
Okay.
think Frankie's going to be. If Frankie's still
Yeah.
here, he's in the
Well, if
middle
your
of all
people
that.
call
Yeah.
my people.
Yeah, because
All right.
but yes,
It's
that
the same-
was referenced the
same
same concept.
avenue,
And I
okay.
think there's state dollars, but there's also significant federal dollars available. And they really love Fort Myers Beach as a location because it's because it's our own island. We're a great pilot program for such a project, and there's all kinds of money. out there.
I support having some sort of verbiage in there to address looking at alternative.
Right. A feasibility study will do that, including consideration of any pilot program. So you want to cast a wide net with this one, proceed with looking at feasibility as a whole. And you might find that when you cast a wider net, you'll find that there'll be a series of programs related to it. And some of them during that review process might be eligible for pilot studies, including those funded by federal or other dollars.
Very good.
Okay. Property rights element.
All right.
Unless you wanted to continue to talk about utilities.
No, I'm good if you
You
are.
ready? Okay.
What's the next element again? Sorry.
Property rights.
Property rights element. All right. Property rights element, you'll see that there's 4 policies there with 1 objective. It is modeled after the state text, the state legislature's text. Other communities have used it tonight. It's the same text. What it does is just actually reinforce the things that folks already have the right to do, which is come before the council and speak and so forth. It is adopted as a matter of requirement of state legislature, but a lot of these rights are enshrined in other places in the state constitution already, and just repeated here.
And it all changed font compared to the rest of the document.
Yeah, we will make sure that consistent.
Picky,
It's just a
picky.
format. That's a formatting thing. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had received a prior document in converted PDF form.
Oh, we did.
And so we were trying to get the essence of the important stuff, and we will make sure it's formatted with that.
That was discussed.
Yeah.
And then we go into maps.
With that it?
Was it?
Yeah,
That
and that's all
that's
the
what
text.
Yeah.
Right. Community design element.
Oh,
Did we cover community design element? One more.
no, we
Sorry.
didn't. Yep. Community
Sorry,
design.
last one.
Did we miss one?
We missed one then.
Community design
I
element.
think it was right after
You don't
future
have
land
it.
use.
Right. So we might have.
It's,
Yeah.
It's in here, but it's right after. It's way back.
Well,
looks
the most important thing about the community design element is that it kind of segues from the future land use element in a way that looked at the design of the neighborhood to provide guideposts for your land development regulation updates in the future. We had discussed this in the past as looking at how we want the look at the corridor to feel, particularly along Estero. That's where a lot of the focus in this element goes into play. For example, restricting parking as the primary use, looking at incentive to reuse certain building, like the office building that we had mentioned earlier, trying to restrict the amount of parking frontage length in front of the building. So you don't want the parking lot so that people back out onto Estero from in front of the building. You want the parking behind the building. And what that will do over time as well, it increase the pedestrian safety as well, because now you have less what we call conflict points between pedestrian vehicles and bicyclists. The entire element is really based on standards. Some of the other important standards here are building compatibility with flood regulation. That's a new policy that, in light of everything, we felt was important. Community character, thinking about gateways to the island as well. Just signage, design, how you kind of welcome people, even if you leave the island, come back home, creating that welcoming entryway on both ends of the island, whether it's near Big Carlo Pass or at the Matanzas Pass bridge, so forth. A lot of some of the politics deal with the streetscaping, particularly calling for with the objective of enhancing existing paths and sidewalk and streetscape to foster a more appealing environment for biking and walking. That's making sure we landscape and reinforcing what you already do with some of the landscaping actually. But it's not that policy to reinforce what you already do, right? So happy to take questions on this element if there are any.
Any questions for Eddie? That was pretty straightforward.
Sounds good.
Did we get them all?
Yep, I think we got them all. Let's see. Yes, we have. We have gotten them all.
Okay.
In record time.
I'm going to take your word on that.
That's record time, but okay.
Well, Eddie, have a quick seat and we'll pull public comment. Have one? Okay.
James Inc.
James Inc.
Good morning, afternoon. James Inc. for the record. I have some comments that I made at LPA. I'm working off of what's on the website. So what may be before you may be different. I don't know. But what you have done in the comp plan is you've taken the FAR, the maximum 2.5 in pedestrian commercial, 1.5 in other districts that's listed in policy 4C, and you moved them into the individual future land uses, which is appropriate. But what I see is in the marina policy that FAR is listed at 1.0, and it should be at 1.5 if it's considered another district. And in the mixed use district, the new district, I just noticed that pedestrian cruise used to be 2.5, and what's being proposed is now there's 3 levels, which is similar to what's in the zoning document of the land development code.
That's been changed.
Has that been changed? Good. It was a potential property rights issue. And my last one is in the mixed residential, which is going to medium residential, which they've taken out the language of commercial. There's one instance that I know of, which is Island Bay Marina, since I pay attention to marinas, which becomes potentially a non-conforming use because marina being commercial wouldn't be allowed in medium residential.
Marina.
That's at the end of Pearl Del Mar.
Okay.
Up at the end up there, it's small, it's 25 slips, but it is a use and it's not listed as a marina, hasn't ever been listed as a marina, but it's now would be inconsistent in medium residential.
And that is part of what we're actually changing back based on comments? I mean, some of it's included now, but we're going to be adding more.
Yeah,
So
because
I'll
there
make sure
could be other properties that are now in this medium residential that are commercial, because what was allowed was limited motels, limited churches, small, what they considered small intents that cohabitated in the mixed residential,
So
which I always consider that mixed residential like the leftover bucket. You came at it from two ways, and that's just what was left on an island that was very confusing.
So what it says, we only struck through a portion of it. It says commercial activities must be sensitive to nearby residential uses, complement any adjoining commercial uses, contribute to the public realm, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
We're also going to add in a component about it being allowed, at certain intensities adjacent to a sterile boulevard.
Perfect. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
I didn't give my name earlier. I'm sorry.
Just pull your, pull your microphone down for us a little bit so we can hear you.
Kathy Schultz, 394 Estero Boulevard. My comment is on the proposed updates to the recreation and open space element. At their April 9th meeting, the LPA recommended unanimously to reject the proposed changes on Bowditch Point and keep this section of the 1999 plan as is. LPA member Bowen said he wasn't comfortable with encouraging more parking at Bowditch because more parking would require giving up additional park space, and the other LPA members emphatically agreed. The 17 acres that comprise Bowditch Point Park were purchased by Lee County in 1987 with the objective of saving the property from commercial development and in the interest of preserving as much of the natural flavor as possible. 7 acres are developed for passive recreational use, while the remaining 10 acres are a restoration preserve area. The park provides a habitat for migratory and nesting shorebirds and is the only place remaining on Estero Island for burrowing gopher tortoises. There are actually 2, and male and female. It's one of the only 14 Lee County sites on the Great Florida Birding Trail, and it's the second highlight of the Great Calusa Blue Wave paddling trail through Estero Bay. Initially, Bowditch contained no parking for the general public, only 12 handicapped spaces and 5 spaces for park employees. An additional 75 spaces were added in 2002 after several years of careful consideration of environmental and traffic impacts. And even the town council weighed in with a resolution 00-34 urging moderation and adding parking to Bowditch and noting neighborhood traffic constraints and the value of the park as a preserve and a passive park because of its unique habitat. Our comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of having a variety of recreational resources, quiet beaches at Bowditch and lively beaches near Lynn Hall. The 2020 Bowditch Point Land Management Plan states public use of this preserve will always need to be monitored and controlled to ensure that it does not interfere with the health of the ecosystem or the wildlife that use this beach and the mangrove habitat. And furthermore, because of limited geographic space, it's unlikely that there will be future improvements to the parking area or the amenities in place today other than updating. So in light of this, I ask that you carefully consider the appropriateness of the proposed amendments to the recreation and open space element. Changing the language as proposed is actually a material change in the direction of the town. And thank you guys. I know that the plan, that you especially, well, and Eddie, that this is a Herculean task. And I really commend you for your thought, effort, and the time that you are dedicating to ensure a document that provides meaningful vision for Fort Myers Beach.
I can't make it stop.
That she is correct. There was discussion about that, and I need to actually, I could go back and listen to that meeting because I think I did miss something. So that's policy 10B4. And recreation open space. See, I have them as individual because my computer. Thank you.
Hey.
My computer was having a hard time with the giant document, so I have the individual ones. So it says, so what it said previously was encourage Lee County to provide on-site parking for the general public at Bowditch Point. Then it kind of goes on a little bit further. The update had said, encourage, underline, and support to provide additional on-site parking. So the question is, do you want to remove and support and additional, or do you want to remove the entire thing regarding parking and access?
I think that the suggestions that she read that were from the LPA make a lot of sense.
I do too.
You said it very eloquently, so I don't want to try to restate what you said.
I said that.
You have to, could you come to
Let's
the
come back up
microphone?
and
The LPA had recommended keeping the 1999
Yeah.
language as it was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to have many eyes on this. It catches, there's a lot of things that
Yes.
can easily get done.
There's so much text, so I apologize for anything that we did not catch. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion to move it to the second reading.
Mayor, are we going to take into consideration Mr. Ink's suggestions?
Well, I think you addressed them all, didn't you? Except for the very beginning,
Yes, all of those have been corrected. He's looking for some reason the text that's still on the town's website. If you don't look in the agenda, the text that's on the town's website is not the up to date. That is the last version. What's on the agenda is the current version that you're looking at. So he wasn't using the agenda document. He was using the document that's uploaded on the website.
Okay.
And I wasn't even aware that was.
so
there until
the
this
issues that he brought up
Those
are
have been
addressed in what we
Yes,
have in front of us.
That's correct.
Okay.
And plus the conversation that we had regarding the medium residential.
Okay.
So we need to take that other version down so it's not confusing at that point. Okay.
Yeah.
Eddie, you got something else you'd like to add?
Just wanted to note really quickly the procedures for the mayor and council. If you move forward with the comprehensive plan, the next step is that staff will have to transmit for the state coordinating review after the first reading. That review process by the state has to be complete before it comes back for a second reading. Usually the state takes anywhere from, well, officially they're supposed to take 30 days, but what they've done is taken 30 days to acknowledge receipt and then 30 days to actually do the review. Sometimes it takes up to 2 months for them to bring it back. If they come back with an ORC report, also known as objections and comments, then staff will have to address that, and I'll assist staff with addressing any of those. We know the potential for some of that during this process, and then that revised will come back before you for second reading.
But on our agenda, it says the second reading is June 3rd.
That would be very optimistic.
It needs to, I apologize.
Okay, I just don't want I don't want somebody to think, I
Yeah, no, this is the transmittal hearing. We're not going to schedule that second hearing until we've received back that report.
Okay.
So Nancy,
my
then would the motion be to a time uncertain versus
It would,
the specific?
it would be to postpone it until it's returned from the state for the second reading.
Oh, your second reading, yes, would be
Right.
postponed. Your first reading, the motion should be to approve for transmittal. And then your second reading would have to be scheduled within 180 days of the receipt of comment from the state.
Okay. And we don't know what it's up to the state to get it back to us.
Sometimes they get it back really quickly when it's minor, but then we're revising the whole shebang. It will probably take them about 2 months.
Okay. Is there any other questions or discussion? And I'll make a motion to approve the first reading at a transmittal.
As amended through the
As
discussion.
amended through the discussion today.
Yeah.
Is that all we need? I mean, try to make it as short as possible.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. But motion and a second. Any other discussion? Still want a roll call vote on this or? Yeah. Okay. I'm a yes. Counselor Safford,
Yes.
Counselor Woodson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Yes.
Counselor King.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
We'll see you in whenever.
We will do our best.
Break time.
Okay. You going to take a comfort break? Huh? Okay. You want to take a half hour? Well, you guys, I'm sure you're the employees. We're just up here. Okay.
We're just dead weight.
We'll take.
We can eat it or, well, whatever you want.
We'll do a half hour. What do you? How much time do people need? How much time?
Just eat up here.
Killers.
Just do
Okay.
10 minutes and eat up there.
Okay, we'll do 15 minutes. That way everybody's got. So we'll come back at 1:15.
We do need to
Next, public hearing is item E, ordinance 24-08, downtown building height. This is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending chapter 34, article 3, division 5, sections 34-675, building size to 1, change building height from 2 stories to 3 stories for properties that front on Times Square and bayfront pedestrian plazas, the north side of First Street, the south side of Estero Boulevard between Old San Carlos Boulevard and the main pedestrian crossing, and 2, change building height from 2 stories to 3 stories for properties that front on Lagoon Street, Crescent Street, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Streets, east of the Sky Bridge only, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
Good morning, afternoon. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The ordinance language before you corrects a code issue that has been noted in the code before prior to Hurricane Ian. However, there were no vacant lots in this area where the code applied, so this wasn't, a big rush to update. This change will resolve an issue to allow the same height as other buildings throughout the town. For some reason, this one portion of downtown was limited to 1 story over flood, but 30 feet in height. So we have not changed the 30 feet in height, just that they can have 2 stories over flood, which is, like I said, the same as it is in every other zoning district. I'm available for any questions you may have. Oh, and this is the second reading.
Yep. Any questions for Sarah? Just the same thing we kind of talked about before. So the 3 stories, the first is because we count the first floor as a story.
That's correct.
Right.
And we don't start counting the actual height of the building, the 30 feet, until flood elevation.
Right. Any questions? No questions. Public comment? Anyone like to speak on downtown building height? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. Any discussion or a motion?
I'll move ordinance 24-08, downtown building height.
Okay, got a motion by Councilor King. I will second it. Any further discussion? All right, Councilor King, how do you vote?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is ordinance, item F, ordinance 24-06, expedited variance, extension, and condition review. This is a second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending section 34-232, required hearings of Division 5, public hearings and review of Article 2, zoning procedures of Chapter 34, zoning districts, design standards, and nonconformities to require only the public hearing before the local planning agency, LPA, for variations, extensions, and satisfaction of conditions of previously approved land use approvals if the decision by the LPA is unanimous and the town clerk does not receive a request from anyone additional hearing before the town council within 10 business days after the LPA decision. A public hearing before the town council is required for variances, extensions, or satisfaction of conditions if the decision by the LPA is not unanimous, or if anyone requests such hearing within 10 business days after the LPA decision, providing for codification, severability, and scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Becky?
Okay. You will notice that the title, we had switched back. It was advertised saying city clerk does not receive a request by anyone for an additional hearing. So that is the title that we're considering today. There is not much of a substantive difference between member of the public and anyone. So we can use that title and still make the changes from anyone to member of the public in the text. This is just the second reading of this ordinance that should streamline the ability to either get variances or any required reviews to extend or provide evidence of satisfaction of conditions in any prior land use approvals. This should just shorten the time frame for getting original variances and going back and getting additional approvals later.
So because of the way that it was advertised and with the word anyone, do we have to change then again the text, like on packet page 645, it says anyone is crossed out and it says member of the public?
We can leave it as member of the public
Okay.
because honestly, there's not much difference.
Okay. Any questions for Nancy?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Becky.
Becky.
So it can be anyone, anywhere, or is anyone anywhere
Well,
Well, anyone in the
Any-
town.
in the town?
No.
Or anyone, anywhere?
no,
Anyone,
it's
anywhere.
any, even member of the public. I mean,
Okay.
it's a person.
Becky, I had a thoughtful question from a constituent the other day. Gave me a call and they asked, does the way this language currently read require the town staff to have given their approval or their support for the
No.
provision before it came to the LPA?
No, it does not.
Excellent. That was their concern, and so
Mhm.
that allays their concern. So that's excellent. And with that question, if there's not any more questions, I would.
Oh, we got to do public comment if
Oh,
you're going to.
thank you.
All right.
I was not, Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
Actually, I was. Good catch. Yeah.
Any other discussion before we take public comment or questions, I should say? All right, public comment. Is there anyone that'd like to speak on ordinance 24-06? Not a lot of people left. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back for discussion and or motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move the approval of ordinance 24-06.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, a second by Councilor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Councilor King,
Aye.
Councilor Woodson,
Aye.
Councilor Safford.
Aye.
And I'm aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item G, ordinance 24-04, emergency temporary uses. This is a second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending and restarting ordinance 23-05 to permit temporary uses in certain zoning districts in response to and as a part of the town's recovery efforts following a natural disaster or other emergency situation by a governmental entity for the benefit of the public for the residential manufactured homes, mobile homes, motor homes, recreational vehicles, or other temporary dwellings for residential purposes and for movable commercial structures for the delivery and sale of goods and services to the public, providing for conflict of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this is the second reading of this ordinance. At the first reading, there was a question raised as to when would this start after some kind of a disaster. And we would be adopting a resolution of the town, which would announce the availability of temporary emergency placement permits. So this is going to stay in our code and it will essentially be activated by a resolution. And the original purpose of this was to really correct what was the original intention of the town council when this was passed the first time. And it addresses issues having to do with commercial uses, which for some reason have been left out of the original draft of this.
A couple questions, Becky. One, there's it's some places it's referred to as ETPP and other places it's TPP. I don't know if that's just a text thing that got missed going through.
I think we're going to need to go. It's an emergency. Oh, now I see. It's temporary emergency placement permits.
Yeah.
Or emergency temporary placement permits. I think we mainly did ETPP, so we'll go
Yeah.
back and we can change that
And the other
and
thing,
just correct the scrivener's error.
okay. And the other things in here is, we've got in here is 18 months. That was just an initial thing thrown out because that was kind of, we weren't really sure. But does it make more sense to say or word it to follow state statute? Because shortly after that is when they came out with Senate Bill 250 that required us to allow them to do it for 36 months. So instead of putting the time frame on it, to maybe say it correlates with the state statute, so we don't have to keep doing this if it changes in the future.
What we can do is put 18 months or is provided by state statute,
Okay.
because we won't necessarily know that they will pass something.
Mhm.
Does that work?
That works.
18,
Already past the 18 months, so.
we are.
Right.
But for
we
the
saw-
next,
Right.
it should, if it should ever happen again.
heaven forbid,
Yeah.
yes.
Hopefully never need it again, but just in case. And then the other thing, we discussed about a sunset period of when this is going to end. I didn't see any of that in there.
No, this does not address the sunsetting of this particular one. We need to go back, and I don't know that we know when that sunset period is. Do we?
Well, I thought we had discussed it to go correlate with Senate Bill 250, 36 months. So 3 years after the date of the storm to have something in place, or at least something into the town to say you're doing something to move forward. If you're not doing anything, then you have to be done. If that's my recollection of the conversation I thought we had.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be, what would need to be done in order to qualify for it? Because you don't want people waiting to the end of the 36 months and then come in with an application that might be pretty lame.
No, I think they have to have an application in before the 36 months
They have to be in process.
in process.
That's what we had discussed. But they have to have an application or permit in process at that time in order to extend, if they want to extend anything.
Okay.
Because the discussion was, we didn't want that 36th month to come by. We don't want the 22nd to come by. And it's now you get to 23rd, you got to be gone. You know,
Right.
if they're working on something, if they have an application submitted to the town that they're trying to, that they're looking to build back up, whether it's a house, brick and mortar, whatever, that buys them more time, if you will. It doesn't mean that they have to leave on the day after.
Okay. So the language in process would be sufficient?
Well,
You
does
tell
this,
me.
does this cover it when in the application it says the TPP shall be issued in increments of 6 months by review of the town and shall not be issued for a period exceeding 18 months from the date of this ordinance adoption?
And that's going to change to
Right.
or state statute.
Yes. But will that help sunset it and give the steps you need to do to reach the final?
Well, I guess that raises a whole nother question. If they change Senate Bill 250 to increase that, and you haven't
they
said,
may.
and they, does that make sense to correlate with? I'm not the attorney. You tell me what's the best way to word it. I think you understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to put a I don't want to use the word deadline, but a time frame as to when you have to be doing something.
An ending date.
You have to have an ending date to it. And
Right.
this gives enough
Could-
time to let people understand that you've got to start doing something, because this isn't going to go on forever.
Okay. One thing that we might do, because there may be a change in the statute, and I've heard that in other places that there may be a desire to do that. We could do it by resolution. Once we know more, when we get closer to that.
I guess that's fine. As long as it's out there and people know. We've discussed it, but we haven't really codified what we've discussed. And whether it's in this or a resolution, at some point very soon, I think that has to be known.
Okay.
That
I think you're right, Mr. I think it needs to be in this. I mean,
Mhm.
because then it's certain, then people can plan accordingly.
Yeah.
But if it's in 6-month increments, do we put a deadline as to how many increments you can extend?
Either way, Yeah, either way.
Well, have we been doing the 6-month increments? Have people actually been coming in and re-upping?
No.
Yeah, so that's
Well, again, that was,
kind of tough.
I think when that was put in, it was just kind of something that was, we didn't have anything in place. So it was just kind of,
Aspirational.
we didn't know how long it was going to take to do things. So the
Sure.
6-month incremental thing to me is redundant. If you can go tell, you're not going to tell someone, if you've got till 36 months to do it, what's the need to have the 6-month review?
Well, it does avoid coming in at the last minute and seeking something from at that point forward.
That's true.
Like Becky was talking about
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving it all in there, just adding whatever needs to be added legally to get that ending date known.
Okay.
And process, is that too vague of a word?
What we could reference a resolution in here, because that is easy to pass. I mean, that's only something that needs to be read once. And we can adopt that as quickly as we want to, and then that can be changed easily if there is a change in the state statute.
So you're suggesting we don't put it in the ordinance, pass the ordinance, bring back a resolution?
I do want to reference the resolution in here.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. I'm just looking to see where it would be, since this is a second reading, and unless we want to punt it down, to the next meeting and bring it back.
Well, if that's what we need to do, it's a very important piece of this whole
Sure,
entire.
it is.
I just soon make sure, because we won't know what the resolution number is if you haven't even drafted it. So you couldn't put the resolution.
No, you can put, as long as an ordinance references that you're going to be deciding something by resolution, then you can do that. You can't have a resolution that amends an ordinance. But if you, for instance, it's very frequent to say in a statute or in an ordinance that fees will be set by resolution, rather than putting the fees in the ordinance.
Okay.
So similarly, we can say that the end time for this permission will be set by resolution.
I'm okay with that, as long as you get that in, and then you'll bring the resolution back to us.
Yes.
For discussion. Is everyone okay with that?
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for Becky? Public comment? Anyone that'd like to speak, public comment on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council for a motion or more discussion. Any further discussion? I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 24-04, emergency temporary uses.
I'll second.
Motion by,
With amendments.
with amendments. Yeah, I'll amend my motion to include with the amendments.
And I'll second the amendments.
I got a motion by Mayor Adler, seconded by Councilor Whitson. Any further discussion?
I think there's a group in there. Dan Aller's in the amendments.
A roll call. Aye. Councilor Woodson.
Aye.
Councilor Safford.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilor King.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is item H, ordinance 24-13, unsafe structures. Is an ordinance, first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 24-13 entitled Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Division 3 Unsafe Building Abatement Code of Article 1, Property Maintenance Codes of Chapter 6, Maintenance Codes, Building Codes, and Coastal Regulations of the Code of Ordinances of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to clarify existing provisions related to notice and exceptions, to authorize notification by constructive service, to include attorney's fees and costs, and notice expenses to the demolition lien against the property on which the unsafe building was located, and to authorize use of the uniform method of collection for collection of liens, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and effective date. We'll now open the first public hearing. Frankie?
Good afternoon. Basically, this was just giving us some teeth to something that we needed to proceed.
Who are you?
My name is Frankie Kropacek. I'm the Director of Operations and Compliance for the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Still?
Sir.
Still. Questions for Frankie? Wow, good.
Do you want me to explain a
I
little
think you
bit about
should.
it?
Yep, I
Okay.
think you should.
All right. Okay. Well, we already have in our code an unsafe building abatement code, which we have several paths we could go down. This looks like the best path for once we have demolitions for us to be able to, process all those. And this is the quickest way to do it. But the existing unsafe building abatement code had some pretty glaring problems with it. Probably the most important one was there was not a provision for notice through constructive service. You had to actually get, personal service on someone. And what we were afraid of is people who are up north or in Europe or wherever, we wouldn't be able to get service on them. Constructive service is when you advertise, and that is done in foreclosures. It's done in lawsuits. It's done in, all different things. It's perfectly legal to do that. So we added that provision. Normally, when you put a lien on property, you also include attorney's fees on the lien process. And we put a provision for the uniform method of collection, which is really the most realistic way to collect on these abatement liens.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Becky's explanation? No?
I do. The uniform method of collection,
Yes.
collection of liens. What does that mean exactly?
Okay. All right. Well, it takes about a year and a half to get it going with the tax collector, but the abatement lien will be eventually put on the tax bill for the property. So if they don't pay that, it will make because the tax collector will not accept a partial payment of taxes. Therefore, if they don't pay that lien, then they don't pay their taxes. And as a result, after 3 years, the property is sold for non-payment of taxes.
So what happens if the property gets sold before this year and a half process takes place and they
It's a
don't pay
lien.
it through taxes? Then it's just a
lien.
plain lien.
It is a
sale.
lien which would go still against that property.
Okay.
So the new owners would end up having to pay it.
Okay.
But it basically, Frankie just said it right. It puts teeth in what we're doing, because otherwise we'd have liens just floating out there.
In the regular foreclosure process, you're really dragging it out farther and farther.
Oh, yes.
So this is light years ahead of that. So
It
try to
is.
recoup your costs as quick as possible. This was the closest point between A and B.
Okay. Happy we're getting to this point.
We're there.
Anyway, any other questions for Frankie? Public comment? Anyone like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that, bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve or deny ordinance 24-13 or any discussion?
I'll move ordinance 24-13 unsafe structures.
A motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Next is item I, ordinance 24-11, purchasing policy amendments. This is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Division 1 purchasing of goods and services policies and procedures of Article 5, finance of the town of Fort Myers Beach to transfer purchasing to the town manager or designee from the finance department to increase the authority of the town manager for purchases of goods and services, to clarify existing regulations, and to implement recommendations provided to the town based on the disaster readiness assessment and abatement plan prepared by the Florida Division of Emergency Management, providing for conflict of law, scrivener's errors, and severability, and providing for an effective date. Andy?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, this is just help us be able to expedite things a little quicker. Also, it lines up with the FDM's, the Florida Division of Emergency Management's new FROC requirements, the Florida Recovery Obligation Calculation Program, which we receive more points with this policy in place. It is a second reading. I don't know that there's a lot of changes. The biggest one is the manager's authority to be able to expend funds up to $75,000. It's currently $25,000. We don't have a lot of things in that range, but that's just will allow that. And typically these things will be discussed in open meetings as well, that it's happened if it's something we had to do and move forward with.
Okay. Any questions for Andy? Public comment? Is there anyone that'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close it, bring it back to the council. Further discussion or motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
As this is just mirroring best practices for other municipalities in Florida, I would move approval of ordinance 24-11.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt. I will second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
I'm aye. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Last public hearing is item J, ordinance 24-12, elections. This is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, reaffirming its prior amendment to the qualifying period for the town council candidates for the November 2024 election to noon on the 71st day, June 10th, 2024, to noon of the 67th day, June 14th, 2024, prior to the August primaries to be held on August 20th, 2024, providing for scriveners' errors, conflicts of law, severability, and providing for an effective date. Anyone have any? Pretty straightforward. Any questions? Public comment? Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. Is there a motion or further discussion?
Mayor, I'll move ordinance 24-12 elections.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilor King, seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is the administrative agenda, a lien reduction request for 80 Avenue E.
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, I need to recuse myself from this, from the administrative agenda A.
Okay. And you'll fill the form section, what is it, 8 or Form 8? Is that what it is?
She's got it.
Okay.
I will do so right now.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council members, Steve Remunion on behalf of White Sand Properties of Fort Myers Beach. We had previously filed a motion to either ask for forgiveness of the current liens that are in question. The property is known as 80 Avenue E, Fort Myers Beach, or any alternative to reduce the current fines to $15,000. The motion was verified, kind of speaks for itself, but essentially just to recap, back in December of 2019, my client in negotiations with the then town manager, Mr. Harstad, I believe, had entered into an agreement with regards to White Sands, part of it for anticipated purchases. Specifically, there was 1560I and then subsequently 80 Avenue E with regards to the liens that were in place as to 80 Avenue E. I think it's important to note that White Sand was not the violator of these liens. It was simply trying to purchase the properties free and clear from the liens. Pursuant to the agreement with Mr. Harstadt, my client was told that it could settle for the sum of $50,000. And in fact, he did pay the $50,000 the very next day, and that check was cashed by the city in December of 2019. The violator, Mr. Orlandini, was apparently given a $15,000 payment with regards to the full release of the liens. Unfortunately, he didn't fulfill his part of the agreement. So we're before you asking for that to be taken into consideration in the request for forgiveness, or in the alternative, my client, I know I probably shouldn't say it like this, but we're just trying to get these items resolved. My client's willing to pay that $15,000 that Mr. Orlandini did not pay pursuant to his part of the agreement with the town manager. That's pretty simply what it is. There are 3 liens in question, two whoppers and one smaller one. But in good faith, my client, unfortunately, I was not part of the process. I did not represent him at the time. Otherwise, I would have, probably done a little bit better with regards to the paper trail. But unfortunately, it is what it is. So he essentially paid Fort Myers Beach $50,000 in December of 2019, and that copy of that check is attached as, I believe, Exhibit B to my motion. So we're here before you asking for forgiveness, or in the alternative, with a way to get this resolved. There's currently foreclosure that was initiated apparently by the predecessor town attorney. We've had tried in the past to resolve it. We weren't able to resolve it. More recently had come up before the magistrate to reaffirm the debt and to get authority to file the foreclosure. But my discussions with counsel for the town with regards to the foreclosure was, why don't we just see if we can get this thing settled with the city and avoid undue delay, expense, and more fees for both ends for a foreclosure case that we hopefully can get resolved today. Thank you.
Steve, is there any, you say there's an agreement?
Yes, sir.
Is there any paper trail for this agreement that was done between Roger and Joe and the applicant?
The only paper trail is the copy of the check itself, which we attached for $50,000. It's paid from Schmidt's Machinery Company, but that is Mr. Schmidt who is present. He also is the owner of White Sand Properties of Fort Myers Beach. Unfortunately, that's the best paper trail that I can proffer to you at this point in time. He did his part. Unfortunately, the other side didn't do their part, but we essentially are at your mercy with regards to trying to get this thing resolved so we can move on.
And then the check, it's referring an address that is not the address that's here. Why is that?
There were 2 properties that Mr. Orlandini owned, or through his entities owned, that being 1560 I Street, and the other one is the subject property, 80 Avenue E. So the intent was, from our part, can't speak to the initial violator, but the intent was from our part to clear those liens, because the way the code works, it tracks through, and like you just heard, the lien on the property tracks on the property and not necessarily to the individual himself or that entity. So
this has really been going on a long time.
yes. Like I said, we've tried to resolve it previously through the predecessor law firm, but we hit the wall. I was not the attorney primarily involved in that case, so I really couldn't speak to, but I was aware from the co-counsel that we really couldn't get anywhere with trying to get a settlement with the city. So yeah, it's been dragging on for some time. What brings it to a head now is that the magistrate, I think in February, this was brought before the magistrate to approve the liens and approve the foreclosure, which kind of opened the door, so to speak, because the first foreclosure was not, I'll say in my opinion, I don't want to speak for opposing counsel, my opinion was not brought properly, because how I read the ordinance, it has to be approved by the magistrate. The lien has to be ratified before foreclosure can start. But that was another firm, another day that did that. So when in February, the magistrate reheard these liens, so to speak, that's when I got involved and was like, why can't we just get this thing settled, in the hopes of getting this foreclosure case done completely as well. So,
Yeah, but the special magistrate rejected it because of the partial release and the different address.
the special magistrate did not accept the proposition, so to speak, that that was for settlement, no more, no less. There is pending foreclosure. That's an affirmative defense and foreclosure. But we're not looking to go down that road. We just simply want to either get the liens forgiven, as my client was not the violating party, or get it mitigated to the point where something can get resolved and we could just get this paid and be done.
Go ahead, Becky.
Okay. I'll give you a little of the backstory. There was a problem with the lawsuit that was filed by the previous council. For whatever reason, he had not taken it to the magistrate to have the magistrate approve the foreclosure, which under state statute you're required to do. So when we took over the litigation, we did take it back. And I guess that's when opposing counsel got involved. But the history of this was that there was a lien against one piece of property, but they basically cross-pollinate over all properties that are owned by the violator or by the same people who own the property that's in violation. So they wanted to sell this other property. They brought it to the town council, and the town council said, well, for $50,000, we'll release this other property over here. It was
brought it before the town manager. I don't think it ever came before the council.
it did. It did, I believe, because I think we found. Okay, it says on December 9th, 2019, during public comment, Orlandini stated to the town council that Jesse Schmidt of White Sand Property intended to buy one of Orlandini's other homes, which is 1560 I Street, that was encumbered under the umbrella of the liens on the subject property, which is 80 Avenue East. And Jesse Schmidt also, this is from minutes, also indicated that he was buying this property and pledged to pay $50,000 towards the lien on the subject property. So he was buying 1560 I Street, and he agreed to pay $50,000 towards the lien on the other property for a release of the property that he was buying. So, and that was approved at that meeting.
So that was before
So-
you or I were.
Oh, I was going to say, because I don't
It was
remember
in
that.
2019,
Yeah.
so that was before you or I, but
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
that's why I didn't remember.
And-
I didn't remember, yeah.
So that was for 1560, I get it, but there were still violations on
On
80,
80 Avenue East.
and that was
Right.
also bought by the same.
Just have
And
the
then it
applicant.
was, and then he did buy that later, apparently. So, so from what we can tell, going back and looking at old minutes and everything, the $50,000 was paid, but it was paid to release a different piece of property from this. But the amount at issue now that we're in foreclosure is close to, well, it is exceeding $1 million at this point. So
And that- and
we've
that
got a
ended as of-
pending foreclosure
When
suit.
did the till stop ringing? What,
The
the
storm,
storm.
yeah. Yeah, it wiped out the violations then.
Madam Attorney, in an unrelated case, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You've had some concerns about how fines have been, for lack of a better term, adjudicated. Have you had a chance to analyze the $1 million of accrued fines in this particular instance?
Yes. There were two separate violations, and they were and I don't remember if it was $250 a day or
I
$150 a
think
day.
250. if I'm
It was 250. Okay, which is perfectly legal under Florida law. And you can have two separate violations. And it's a matter of time. $250 a day adds up over a substantial period of time.
Are the concerns that you had in related but unrelated cases, or are they in terms of how the fines accrued similar, or is it?
No, it's, well, similar to the point that there were two different violations that were running concurrently. I know which one you're talking about, and in that one, I believe there were 7 different aspects of one violation that all had concurrent fines. And my reading of the statute, you can't do that. My reading of the statute, these were 2 different violations, separate and apart. So no, I think we're talking apples and oranges here.
So, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, I have a question. So these are 2 different violations that basically were ignored until we got to $1,189,950.
Well, if it hadn't been for Ian, it would be a lot higher.
Right,
Because
but
it
I'm
was
saying-
ignored until the storm, and the storm just wiped out the whole, the violations.
But when you say,
How did that?
It wiped out the property or wiped out, I guess it wiped out.
No,
the
it didn't wipe out
property.
the property.
No?
Property's there.
I actually brought it up to code whenever I bought it. There were some, he put some stair treads
you
on.
gotta come up to the
Say
microphone.
your name, Jesse.
Jesse Schmid, owner of White Sand Properties. When I bought 1560 I Street, Joe had liens on that encumbered all of his properties. So he couldn't sell any properties until we made a deal with Roger Hernstead. So Joe and I sit down with Roger and negotiated $65,000. And I said I would pay 50,000 of the 65,000. That 50,000 was towards 80 Avenue E because 1560 didn't have any violations, but he had to pay money on his violations to be able to sell other pieces of his property. So I bought 1560 first. Then I bought 1710, 1740. I bought several properties from Joe that he had either financial troubles, foreclosures, violations, tax liens. It was a big mess. We get down to his last property. He had 2 properties left that time. He had 80 Avenue E and 2890 Seaview. He wanted me to buy 80 Avenue E because it was in foreclosure. So I said, okay, did you pay the 15,000? Because I've already paid 50 of the 65,000 that we made a deal with Roger on. And Joe said, no, I didn't. So it was down to like there's 2 or 3 days left. We'll go in and talk to Roger. Roger was gone. I quit claim deeded the property into my name, went and talked to Roger. Roger's like, we owe 65,000. I said, well, actually I owe 15,000 because 50 of the 65 has already been paid. And Roger's like, no, them were violations for 1560. I said, well, I don't believe they was because 1560 didn't have any violations. Everything was encumbered under 80 Avenue E. And I said, actually, Joe has sold 2890 Seaview. He should have paid the fines whenever you guys released 2890 Seaview. And he didn't. So I tried to pay the 15,000 back then, 3 or 4 years ago. And now here we are today again. But I brought it to compliance and he put some stair treads on the back building, which was going to get tore down anyway. But I couldn't do anything until I can get the liens released. So that's what brings us here today.
Mr. Schmidt, could you just tell the story of how the violation occurred just for background purposes?
From what I gather, I'm sure everyone here knows Joe Orlandini. So it's going to be complex. Him and Leo Diabasi bought this together back in 2016, I think. 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there. Joe had put some stair treads on a back building and put a few pavers in between the 2 buildings. He got caught got 2 different violations. Well, Leo got caught. Well, then Joe wanted it in his name. So it goes in Joe's name and Leo's name. Well, Joe supposedly bought Leo out. I don't know how that happened.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but it was work without a permit. Was that the?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, work without a permit. He put some stair treads on and some pavers. And whenever I bought it, I took the stairs off, removed the pavers, went in and talked to Roger, and tried to get it resolved. That's when Roger told me I owed $65,000. I said, well, you're correct. It was $65,000. And I tried to get a copy of the agreement that Joe, Roger, and I made that day at Town Hall. But Roger's like, they're not your fines. They're Joe's fines. I said, well, I agree, but I just paid $50,000 of the $65,000. He said, well, it's not in your name. I said, okay, I agree. So that's when I bought 1560. But I never got a copy, but Joe and Roger, sit there and signed it. And Joe agreed to pay the other $15,000. He never paid it. I've tried to pay it several times. And that's what brings us here today. So.
Yes, yeah, I guess my question is, these fines have been accruing since you bought the property. Why now? Why?
I tried to do this years ago. I've sent emails.
I guess my question is, you never, that I can recall, ever come before council during public comment saying, hey, I'm having this issue with the town manager. I'm having an issue with staff. They're not taking care of these fines. What can you do to help? I don't ever remember getting any formal request to do what we're doing today, so that we didn't get to this point is kind of where why did it continue to go on for 4 years?
So there was another attorney representing White Sand with regards to the foreclosures. I was not involved in that process. I do the corporate work for White Sand. When the more recent hearing came up in front of the magistrate in February to affirm the liens and authorize the filing of a foreclosure is when I got involved and I started looking at what had gone on. I had a lot of the same questions. Unfortunately, trying to track back several years has been difficult. And we spoke with counsel. We were referred to the litigation counsel. And then the agreement was, at least from my perspective, hey, let me at least see if we can get these mitigated or forgiven, whatever. Don't bother, I'm going to tell you what to do, but don't bother redoing the complaint because we just simply like to get these things settled with the city. No more, no less. So unfortunately, the going in was bad. The middle part was bad. I'm just trying to pull this out at the end and get this thing fully resolved somehow with this town.
I saw in the packet that there was someone from your firm, my battery died, but there's someone from your firm that sent a letter, I believe it was to you, asking to try to resolve this, but I didn't see a response from anyone. Was there a response to that? It's in the packet. The letter is part of the packet that was sent from your office to Steve asking to, and there was no response. I believe it was
No response from whom?
from whoever the email was sent to.
I've had several conversations with Mr. Waters, who's the litigant from the firm.
I believe this came from your office, Becky.
Yeah, Paul Waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I might have just picked up the phone and called him because I know I've had several conversations with them. So.
Okay, I'm not seeing it in the packet.
No, it's in there. Otherwise, I didn't make it up.
No, I know. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
At the bottom of the
from Steve, from Paul Waters to Steve Ramuni.
Yeah. What date?
April 16th
of this year.
Yes.
Yeah, because what happened was we were in front of the magistrate in February. She adjudicated the liens. And then I had subsequent conversations with him. So I didn't respond by email. I just picked up the phone and called him to say, hey, how can we get these things settled? And that's when
741.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, it says, Steve attached to the affidavits from the town, which have the dates of compliance and total fine amounts, because he had requested that. Please let me know if you're willing to propose a reasonable settlement amount for the town to consider. Otherwise, we must continue with the foreclosure litigation. And honestly, we weren't asking for 15,000. To me, it doesn't strike me as a reasonable settlement. But yeah, I think that he did come here and he got on the agenda. And I think that was the response. I mean, I'm not faulting them at all for.
Nothing in there that I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't, I didn't ignore Mr.
No, I
Waters.
didn't
he
mean
did
to-
not.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't my, that was.
To
what
me,
I-
I'm not the best typer, so I rather just pick up the phone and
I
talk
can
to
relate.
somebody, and that's what I did. In fact, he gave me a cell phone, and I spoke to him on the cell phone. And then he said, well, because the discussion was, well, we can make an offer, but then we still have to go in front of the town council. And then we started talking about the procedure and the code, and I just jumped on that to get it in front of you as soon as possible. So.
Is there any, go ahead. You look like you're going to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say that from the information we were able to glean from looking at the minutes, there really wasn't anything before the town council with regard to 65,000. It was just 50,000 to release this one piece of property, which wasn't even the property in violation. So I'm pretty confused about where the 65,000 came from. And if in fact that was the deal, there was a written, obviously they knew back then how to properly release liens, because there is a proper, appropriately signed and recorded release for the 50,000. So if there was another 15,000 that was supposed to be paid or was paid or whatever, there would have been, a release. And it would have come back to the town council, because it's under Florida case law, it is the town council that makes the decision as to whether a lien is released or not.
Now, I sympathize for you. I know this is some mess. Is there, however this goes, or however this ends up, is there any legal actions that Mr. Schmidt can take against Joe Orlandini? I mean, that's what I was asking. Was there any written contract that you guys had between who was paying what and who wasn't? I mean, I'm just trying to understand that.
Another problem. 3 days.
Come on up. Yeah.
Another problem with 80 Avenue E, 3 days after I bought it, Joe had signed a second mortgage with a gentleman for $350,000 and not told me about it. I actually have about $1.5 million judgment against Joe Orlandini right now, and I've never seen one dime of it. So is there any recourse going back after Joe Orlandini?
Nah.
Absolutely not. Because he just does not pay his bills. If he would have paid the $15,000 3 years ago, we wouldn't be standing here.
Well-
But obviously he doesn't want to pay anybody anything, so.
And do we know, did whether it's 1560 or whether it's 80, did those properties, well, evidently not. We're saying that they didn't come into compliance before the storm took them away? Is that?
That's the information that, I've never even seen the property, but that's the
'Cause
information
you
we
had made-
have from
you had
town
made a comment
records.
that you had brought them into compliance.
Yeah,
but
I brought
our
them into
staff is
compliance.
saying that they aren't,
But-
they weren't in compliance.
And I filled up, personally, myself, Mark, Sean, and I filled up 5 20-yard dumpsters out of the back of that property.
Well,
So-
but he would have needed to get permits to
And-
do that. So the permit record is not there. The problem was.
That's what I was
that
getting at. Is there a permit record to show that?
No.
So I didn't know I needed a permit to order a dumpster and clean up somebody else's garbage.
Well, it wasn't a garbage issue. It was doing work without a permit.
But he simply removed the unpermitted work. I don't know if you need a permit to remove the unpermitted work. Maybe you do.
Well,
I don't think so, but
you do need to notify the town
Okay.
that you have come into
okay,
compliance
there's been a
to stop
lot
it.
of bad moves. I would agree, but we're here before you in equity, trying to mitigate this issue so we can move on and not keep the treadmill going. That's why I wrote the motion and the alternative Because if you were not inclined to forgive, give us a number so we can hopefully get this thing resolved, because we want to get it resolved right now. And my client will write you a check to get this matter resolved. But we would ask you to take into consideration that he's not the violator. It didn't sound like the violations themselves were major violations, although I don't sit and want to distinguish, but I know, Mr. Vice Mayor, you had seemed to question, what degree were the violations. He took it upon himself to remove them. Unfortunately, yes, again, went into the black hole, and he didn't perhaps cross every T, dot every I type of thing. But this council sits in equity, and that's all we're seeking to do is give us a number. We'd like to get this thing resolved. We weren't the violator. Like any other person who comes before the council in this forum, simply let's get this thing resolved, put an end to the litigation. We don't want to have to incur fees on our end. I don't know what the town's agreement is with your attorneys, but I'm sure you're going to incur additional fees on your end, and a bad situation is just getting worse and worse and worse, obviously, as the days go by. So that's, we're simply, we're essentially saying we're throwing ourselves on your mercy. Give us a number if you're not inclined to forgive, and we're done.
What was the purpose? And I honestly, I don't know. So I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
What was the use of these properties from 2016 when you said you brought them into compliance, although we have no record, until the storm took it away? What were they being used for?
Nothing. Joe had let them just basically fall into themselves.
But was that Mojo's too? Or
No, Mojo's is up front.
Okay.
1740 is the front, 80 Avenue.
So they
is the
weren't
back.
rented. They just sat there vacant.
Correct.
No, and I could actually attest to that, because when I was trying to vision all these properties, there's no activity within 80 Avenue E.
It was an absolute eyesore and mess. And I wanted to rebuild the property, but I could never get it resolved with Roger. And then the hurricane hit, and it's been, I bought 5 properties from Joe Orlandini, and it's been absolute hell, just to let you know.
Well, like I said at the beginning, I certainly sympathize. I've heard this story a few too many times, unfortunately.
Right, exactly.
I'll listen to comments from my colleagues, Vice Mayor.
Jesse, and I'm just searching my memory here, but it seems like you and I and a local realtor had a meeting 2.5 years ago about this issue, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
And I approached the town manager at the time, and he said that there were some other properties in violation, et cetera. And you and I think, talked further about it via the phone. And I believe I asked you just because it's a complex issue and there were other properties involved. I said, gosh, Jesse, could you put together a chronology for me, just sort of, because every time we talked, we'd kind of get off on tangents. And I said, could you give me a chronology of what happened so I could present that to the town manager? And I don't remember ever receiving anything, and the issue just sort of went away. And I'm just curious, did you think it was just going to go away, or?
No, I believe I sent you an email. I believe I sent all the town council an email at that time.
Okay.
And
I believe I sent more than one email.
But in
actually.
fairness to you, what you told me 2.5 years ago is exactly what you're saying today. So
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. This is the honest to God's truth. This is what happened. He was supposed to take care of it when he sold 2890 Seaview. He was supposed to pay us $15,000. He never did.
I was talking more about the communication with you and Roger,
exactly. Yes.
our town manager at the time. It's consistent with what you're saying today.
Correct.
And it was difficult. I think I forget the person who was in charge of zoning at the time. Daphne. I think there were some awkward conversations with her as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
so my part was, and then unfortunately, I wish I would have maybe at the time been more involved. But I was not the attorney that was primarily handling, I'll say, the original foreclosure action, because now we're going to have an amended foreclosure action. But that's when I stepped in and said, let's just get in front of the council. Let's get this thing settled. That's been my posture all along, is just to get the thing settled.
Have you had a chance to talk to our town attorney to discuss settlement negotiations? And
Well,
did that not result in anything?
we talked about it. He's like, you got to give us a number. I'm like, well, you have to take into consideration, we've already paid $50,000. So we didn't necessarily have a meeting of the minds as to whether or not the 50,000 was going to be honored.
And forgive me, but I mean, are you talking about our new town
No,
council?
Mr. Waters.
And Mr.
Oh.
Waters is with
No,
your firm?
He's one of our
Oh,
partners.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Yeah. So the approach to me, what's the quickest way to get in front of you all? File the motion that I filed and get it out there and get on the agenda ASAP, as opposed to giving him an offer, which then has to, and then we're in a.
And that's fine. You have every right to come before us, but I guess the answer to my question is you were not able to reach a settlement with Mr. Waters then?
We didn't talk any tangible numbers because he's like, well, it's got to be a number. But I'm like, well, do you acknowledge the 50,000? I don't want to get into the specific conversation, but I was like, we in good faith paid 50,000 on something, albeit he bought the property, but it wasn't his lien, so he's not the violator. So, but instead of going back and forth in the tennis match, it was easier just to come before y'all for today's forum. So, but yes, I did as soon as, in fact, I think I spoke with you in February, if you were here, if you covered the magistrate, whoever covered from your firm in February.
That was Nancy.
Okay, Nancy, I was like, well, my first thing when I showed up, we were over at the rec center was, what can we do to get this resolved? Like, well, I'm only for city council. We have another partner that does that, so you'll have to talk to them. So, but we've tried, and I know from the predecessor attorney, from talking with the other attorney, he tried multiple times to get some inroads to settlement that would get stonewalled every time.
Yeah, to the mayor's point, I don't know why we're now just handling this, but to Mr. Schmidt's point, he did try to resolve this 2.5 years ago because I was trying to act as a liaison to that, and that was challenging. So why we're still here today, I don't know, but he did try to resolve it 2.5 years ago. I could attest to that. I don't know who was right or who was wrong, but I do know he certainly presented his case, and why he didn't come before the full council, I don't know.
In retrospect, I wish I would have just stepped in at the time and just come before y'all, bring it to a head, but I deferred to the other attorney that was handling it, and turns out to be a mistake as well by doing it like that. But
well, and the relationship between Mr. Schmidt and the town manager and the Daphne at the time was strained, to be kind. Yeah, on both sides.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor Woodson, Councilor King, got any input? Everybody's just sitting back. Councilor King's leaning in. We'll see what he is.
Well, is this a forum we want to negotiate in, I guess, is my question.
You could refer it back to me.
I'm willing to do that, but I don't know if how everybody else is comfortable with it, but.
We have active litigation going on. We could set a shade meeting at the next town council meeting, and the five of you and I and Andy could talk about it. And that might be a more comfortable situation.
I mean, there's such a huge space between 15,000 and 1,000,002, basically.
Right.
To come up with some kind of thought process of how to settle that.
I think that's a good recommendation,
Okay,
Madam Council,
then-
but I would also encourage in the interim for the two attorneys to talk
Sure.
to see if you
Oh,
could come to some kind of an agreement. that
And
you
one
could
way or
recommend to us. Yeah.
another, I mean, possibly I'll bring back a settlement offer. But because under Florida law, I have to request at an open meeting, a shade meeting, I'm going to request it now and request it in this lawsuit. And we will set it for during the next town council meeting, if that's okay. And we will talk before then.
Can we come to that end? Because we
No.
just want to get it resolved. I mean.
Now, those are shade meetings. You can come, you can be there after the meeting.
I've
after
dealt with
the
this
shade
for
meeting.
years. I am tired of dealing with it.
All right.
I'm tired. I mean, I've got 2 young boys in wheelchairs at home. I don't have time for this anymore. I'm done with it. I'm serious. Well, I mean, I had it with the last
Yeah, we're trying to find
administration.
a
I've done with
conclusion
this
for you.
administration.
We're trying to find a conclusion for you to get this to you.
So I don't know if this makes any difference, but our next council meeting and the shade meeting would be May 20th. I actually have an excused absence for May 20th, and we've got a person who's recused, or a council member who's recused himself. So I'm not sure that May 20th is the best date.
If we want to resolve it today, that's fine too.
Yes.
I understand your frustration. I really do.
I am. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be frustrated,
No,
guys,
no,
but I
I
am.
get it.
I've dealt with it and dealt with it and dealt with it. I've got 30 employees in Illinois. I've got 300 trucks. I live in the Keys. I don't have time for this childish stuff. I don't. I mean, I've got 3 boys I need to take care of. I mean,
We'd be fine if somebody would just make a motion for a number, see if y'all can agree. And it could be as simple as that, and we can be out of here in 5 minutes. So.
Right. I agree.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Just take into consideration, we're not the violator. The intent of code enforcement is to get compliance. There's apparently no dispute that my client, once he got a hold of the properties, didn't do what he needed to do to notify whoever he needed to notify, but he did comply. And we're just asking this council on equity to take these into consideration. You know, if he was the violator, it would be a totally different scenario. It's a lot of mistakes were made along the way. We just simply want to put a finality to it today if we could.
And I certainly understand. And I've talked with Jesse before about, after the storm, the issues that he was facing. So I completely understand, but you have to also understand, although we understand, or at least I understand that it never did get brought into compliance until the storm took it away. It's been well over 2 years that this could have been resolved. Understand the previous, but it still could have been resolved and it didn't. So, I mean, as much as it's not your fault, some of it is your fault. And I think you've admitted that. So personally, I don't think 15,000 is the right number. And I don't necessarily agree with the top number either, but there's a lot of things in there that could have been handled differently to get us to a different point. What that magic number is, I don't know, Becky, I don't know if you can make recommendations or not. I know you've seen these cases. What is something like this that's, because the 50,000 was paid, but it was paid for what we claim and has been, if I'm understanding this correctly, has gone before the magistrate, and she feels that this was for a different violation for a different property.
No. We're not getting credit.
That's not at all correct.
No, we're not getting credit for the $50,000 to begin with.
You will be getting credit for it. That's part of the amended complaint that we've already drafted the amended complaint.
Oh, so the 50,000 has been
credited against
into
the,
I don't know if it was credited.
$1,200,000 or whatever.
I don't know if it was credited on
Either
the
way.
compliance affidavit, but the whole intent was paid on that lien. Let's be done. So
If it's possible to lean on you're the expert here. You've seen these cases. We have not seen cases like this. Understanding what you heard, can you make a recommendation, or is it not something that you're comfortable with doing?
I could. I'd rather do it in a shade meeting. And I certainly understand, because if 2 of you are gone, that's not going to work.
Right.
How about we have the shade meeting in,
Can we do it Wednesday before the MMP? I win for stumping the attorney.
No, I'm trying to figure, because Nancy's covering that, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to be someplace else.
Sure. I'm comfortable. Let's get to a number, whatever that number is. And if somebody's got a number to put out there, put out there.
I will
Please,
just,
go ahead.
I'll just throw out $250,000.
No.
That's incredible, because that's what was banging around the back of my head. Yeah. Because that's a quarter of what we'll get in court.
Roughly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Vice Mayor Earl, how do you feel about that number?
I would like to better understand the litigation risk to the town. Do you think that's the appropriate number given the litigation risk? Should this thing...
Well, I mean, I don't think that there really is any risk involved in the litigation. It is a lot of work for my firm, but hey, we take it on. So, I'm not worried about the work we would do on it. But I don't see, there's no, there's no counterclaim. There's no basis for a counterclaim. I don't see a risk.
I mean, I was actually thinking, quite honestly, I was thinking along the lines of 250. We have charged that with an additional 500,000 in escrow to stay in compliance, which this is not an issue with that. But the fine that was paid for just about the same amount total was 250,000.
And what was that violation for?
Those are all kinds of
Unpermitted work.
unpermitted work, basically.
Was it done by the gentleman that owned the property or gentleman that had bought the property that took the liens over?
Own the property.
He owned the
Yeah,
property.
he had-
Yeah,
Own the property.
sure.
But that also, those liens had piled up so fast because there was really one violation with some subsections to it.
Right,
And they
but
were
we took,
getting,
but we took those out of that because it was much, much higher. It was like in the $3 million range, but then we took those out so that they
And
weren't
then- and then
stacked
it
on
was-
top of each other.
and then it ended up to be
About
around
$1.2 million.
that. Okay. And then he paid the,
How about this
The
for, how about
250.
this for a compromise? Because Mr. Schmidt did make a serious effort to address this a while back. What about $250,000 crediting him for the 50,000 that he's already paid? So it'd be 200,000.
Well,
that would make sense because he has paid 50.
But you just said that that had already been added into what potentially was, so it hasn't been credited into the amount that's in our packet, or it has?
It's in the amended complaint. As we started out here, we're no, it's not.
It's not in this.
It's not in
Got
here.
it. Well,
It's not in
I think John's first, that is quite the compromise, if you ask me. I mean,
And that's more than fair.
We're dealing with unpermitted work that was
Mhm.
a potential safety hazard. And
And it said
I completely
2
understand
years,
you
3
didn't do
years.
you didn't create the issue, but you didn't fix the issue either.
I've tried to fix the issue
I-
several times.
I'm
I've
not
got
saying that.
emails, I've got everything you guys need. I mean, I've talked to Mr. Adderhold. I believe I actually talked to you, Dan, about this too at one time.
Yeah, it was after the storm. It was after the storm when you and I met.
No, it was before the storm, I think.
It was after the storm
It was
because it was at
after,
Wahoo
okay.
Willie's and they didn't
Okay.
open until after. So
Yeah, whatever. Well, I mean, yeah.
So
Okay.
a couple thoughts come to my mind. If the compliance date that you're looking at currently with the big number is a date that's probably 2 years post the actual compliance, according to Mr. Schmidt testifying what he brought when he brought the property into compliance. So the number itself, I think, is not a true number. Factually, I think that could get taken into consideration by the court. The court also does equity as well. And I think there's several avenues to that. And there's favorable case law with regards to taking property, especially when you're not the violator of the property. But that being said, that's not the mode what we're trying to achieve today. I think a fair number, quite honestly, I think what Mr. Schmidt would be willing to do is $100,000 of credit for the $50,000. So he'd pay the city another $50,000 this week. And we're done.
Well, I'll go to you, John. You're the one that made the initial number. Is that something you can live with?
I guess I heard what you said, but then I could also argue about some of the things you said too. I mean, it's been brought into compliance. Does anybody really know that to be true? And we've got nothing to go off anymore. I mean, that's your word saying that you brought it into compliance. I don't know. This is all new to me anyway.
The storm brought it into
Yeah,
compliance.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but it was
Storm
brought
took
in,
it
well,
away.
if on its face, if he's testifying that he brought it into compliance substantially prior to the storm, and you have in his evidence of good faith where he paid $50,000 towards the, it's not like somebody showing up at the last minute, oh, hey, yeah, I was in compliance, so, forgive my debt. This guy's been working all along trying to do that, and he paid a substantial sum to the city. So, with all due respect, I think those things should be taken into consideration.
I'm not very good at math, but what I've figured out is from 1.189950, a quarter of that is 297, a little north of 297. I'm giving you 50, almost, I'll give you 50,000 off that, and we'll go 247. How's that?
What about what the how did you put it, Vice Mayor Hall? The compromise number.
The great compromiser.
Yeah, with the credit for the $50,000 that was already paid, it would be roughly 200-ish.
Yeah, but I'm going off the total, and a quarter of that is
I got
not quite 300,000.
Right. Minus the 50.
Oh, and then you might, then
Minus
you
I took off the 50.
Oh, I get it.
You
So-
got the 50
I
off
get it.
already.
You already took the 50.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you put it in motion. I can see where it goes, if that's what you would like to do.
Well, I'm willing to listen to what everybody else has to say.
Yeah, I don't, I think, I think you were
I'm
fair.
just
I think
trying
the
to move
county-
forward.
The county.
I appreciate where you're coming from. I respect that, and I understand your frustration because
And unfortunately, we know you're not the only one
Yeah.
that's dealing with the frustration.
I understand. The problem is I've tried this over and over and over and over.
okay, but you've asked us to move forward, and we're trying to
Right.
help you do that.
And that's exactly
So
what I want to do. I'm
this is
here in
what we're
good
trying to
faith
do.
to get it resolved. That way we're all done. It could have been resolved 4 years ago.
Well,
Supposed to have been resolved 4 years ago.
Karen, anything?
Well, I mean, I think I already said that I agree with you.
Okay.
I mean, the place stood there, it was a dump and
It was.
nothing was done with it. It's been a dump since I first started coming down here and moved here. So, and nothing changed except the storm. That was pretty much the ace in the hole. So I agree with John.
Would either of you care to make a motion?
I'll move that we accept a move for a settlement in the amount of, I'll just say $247,000.
I'll second. Second.
Okay. Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Does this have to be roll call or no roll call?
Roll call.
Roll call. Okay.
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Holt,
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have,
Hold on, one more thing.
yes, sir.
Just one question for all you guys here. Margaritaville, the cigar hut got destroyed after the hurricane. You let them build a building with no DEP, no LPA board meeting or anything else. Explain that to us.
we have a certain amount of time to respond to the offer is
247.
247.
A lot of explaining.
Do we have time to respond?
Enough's
What's
enough.
the number?
I mean,
You can just get back with me.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right.
Thank you. Next is item B, award ITB-24-03-EN to Aetna Marine and Construction as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to construct the Estero Island Beach Nourishment and Hurricane Recovery Project. Is that Frankie?
It's Chad, actually,
Chad?
Wait, as soon as he finishes. We basically had a RFP out, and we selected the lowest responsive bidder, and that's where we are at this point. Chad?
Hey, everybody. Chad Schutz, environmental staff for the town of Fort Myers Beach. So this is a really exciting moment for me. It's been about 5 years working on this. 2019, after the first sea turtle season, got a couple of handwritten sheets of notes from a county meeting, beach renourishment project. Here you go. So we're here to award that project, placing 946,000 cubic yards of sand out on our beach. Aetna was the lowest responsible and responsive bidder. So that is the ask today for y'all to award that bid to Aetna.
There needs to be 2 provisos. There was a bid protest on this, a notice of intent to protest. We have not received the bond on this. I believe that y'all have received the memo from Andy with regard to his or staff's recommendation about going forward with the award, because the only way, if there is a protest, the only way to go forward with the award is if it is necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of the town. And the import of the, I think y'all have read the memo, is that hurricane season is almost on top of us right now, and we need to get this done. So that is sufficient. It's legally sufficient to allow you to proceed in the, in light of the protest. Now, your approval needs to be subject to both the approval of the intergovernmental agreement with the county. And I think that's going on their agenda tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also the resolution of the bid protest. So if you could make your motion subject to those 2 things.
And can you restate that again, just so?
Okay.
Yeah. So whoever makes a motion knows.
Yes, subject to approval by the county of the interlocal agreement and the resolution of the bid protest.
All right. Well, Chad, a lot of hard work. I know you've worked really, really hard on this. So thank you for all your hard work, and Mike as well, and anyone else that's helped you get to this point and to your needs to happen quickly. We understand that. So
yes, sir. Thank you.
Any questions for Chad?
No, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, in the interest of the health and safety and welfare of Fort Myers Beach, I move approval of award ITB 24-03, subject to the approval of the county and resolution of the bid process.
Protest.
I'm sorry. Protest.
Okay. Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt.
I'll second.
Got a second by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Would you like a roll call vote on this as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilor Woodson.
Aye.
Councilor Safford.
Aye.
Councilor King.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Chad.
Thank y'all.
Item C is Resolution 24-80, authorizing bridge loan to fund the fiscal year 23 lost revenue. Joe?
Good afternoon, everyone. Joe Onzig, Finance Director. If you recall, when we received the bridge loan, it was almost a year ago in June of last year. It was $11.9 million, and we had promised that we wouldn't use any of it without your permission. And so that is why this resolution is being brought before you. One of the intended uses of the loan was to cover lost revenue. And so now that we are in the midst of our audit for the fiscal year 2023 and all the preparation we did for that, I was able to calculate to the best of my ability, and I did include that attachment to the resolution, what I would estimate as being the lost revenue of $3,085,209. And this was doing a comparison of the revenue that we actually collected in 2023 compared to the revenue that we collected in 2022. And through that comparison, that's how I arrived at what I believe is a very fair estimate of that revenue. So taking that into consideration, you may wonder, well, how did we get through the year having lost that much revenue? And the reason is we had really depleted our general fund balance, and it was actually down to the point where our cash balance was sitting at $22,000 in the general fund as of September 30th. So by doing this transfer retroactively, it's merely an accounting transaction to September 30th, we would be able to boost our fund balance back up to where it would normally be. So it would be the proper use of the bridge loan and the intended purpose or one of the intended purposes of the loan. And so that's why I'm asking you to do that. And also I had good news confirmed to me just today. Actually, I received an email from the Department of Economic Opportunity, the DEO, where they confirmed in writing that our loan is not due on June 30th of this year as it was originally was supposed to have been. But they explained to me that existing legislation that's already been signed has extended it like for a 3-year term, but there's legislation now waiting to be signed that would extend it another 10 years. So, or a total of 10 years. So it is not due yet, and we do have time, and there's a possibility it would be forgiven in the future. Yeah. So, but the need is now, and for 2023, and that's why this resolution is here.
Any questions for Joe?
Joe, just briefly, when and if the governor signs the appropriations bill, the budget, and before July 1st, and the revenue replacement funds come to Fort Myers Beach, how will that affect your calculations?
Well, that would be new funding for at whatever point it would be coming to us.
So that would help us going forward.
It absolutely would. Okay. Yep.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Joe? No? All right. Thanks, Joe. Is there a motion for resolution 24-80?
I'll move that.
I will second. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Aye. Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King, or Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item D is the 7th Amendment to the ILA with Lee County for a utility relocation project. Who's taking this one? Joe again? Okay.
This resolution goes hand in hand with the Tier 1 project. And what we learned by working closely with Lee County Utilities is that there is this interlocal agreement that needs to be approved that would allow the town of Fort Myers Beach to invoice the county for their portion of the expenses that may be incurred in the Tier 1 project. And this would be anything, any type of repair, replacement, or relocation of the sewer lines that may be involved with the stormwater and the water project. The estimated cost would be not to exceed about $900,000. So that's the amount that we'd be at risk at if we weren't able to invoice the county for their share. And so this is simply to update the interlocal agreement that we already have with them to incorporate this Tier 1 project invoicing.
Okay. Any questions for Joe? Thanks, Joe. I'll wait for Vice Mayor to get back. Take your time. What's another couple minutes?
We're going to have dinner delivered.
Yeah, right. Is there a motion for item D?
I'll move. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll move 7th Amendment to ILA with Lee County for utility relocation project.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. Come on up. Didn't see you hiding back there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi. Okay, so my name's Leah Gregg. I'm a full-time resident here on Fort Myers Beach, and I'm here today to share with you a concern that I have that I think you and all should be concerned about. And that concern, frankly, is that Andy, Frankie, and Joe Specht are putting our town at risk for losing our FEMA insurance discount. One example is they allowed a house to be built on grade that was completed before plans were even submitted to the town. They are also aware that this same home has habitable space, including air conditioning, a full kitchen, a bathroom, living room, dining room with furniture, which, as you all know, or you should know, this is completely against FEMA and our own town floodplain regulations, including our codes for homes built on grade or below floodplain regulations. A stop work order was issued only for it to be rescinded, and the code enforcement officer who issued the stop work order was fired. So I ask you, you should ask, who rescinded this stop work order and why? And why wasn't nothing done about it? Documents also appear to be falsified. All of these documents are on the town's portal. These falsified documents are being sent to FEMA, as FEMA has inquired about this home, not adhering to the flood plan regulations. And this is more than concerning, quite frankly. I've met with Andy, Frankie, and Joe months ago, and I shared very specific details and town documents about this home, because due to no plans that were in place, specifically proper drainage, my home now gets flooded every time it rains. But the more research I did from the town's own portal, the more information I uncovered regarding this home not adhering to FEMA floodplain regulations. When I shared my findings with Andy, Frankie, and Joe, they ignored me. Even more so, Joe was very rude to me. And even more so, they prevented staff to even communicate with me. I've tried exhaustively, and I mean exhaustively, as you all may know, to try to get Andy, Frankie, and Joe to do the right thing, and even include the mayor and the vice mayor on a few of my communications. So I just continued to be ignored. So really, frankly, they've given me no choice but to make this public, as this entire situation really needs to be investigated at the highest level authority. And I ask you to do so. And this is just one example. There are more, and it's simply not right. We can prevent our town, and I know you're trying to prevent our town from losing our FEMA discount by correcting this type of situation and behavior and not covering it up and not ignoring it is the only way we can accomplish that, or we will get nailed by FEMA. I feel obligated, as I shared earlier, as a full-time Fort Myers Beach resident, homeowner, and really a citizen, to bring this to your attention so the homeowners on this island don't have to pay the price for this type of behavior. This is behavior I shared with all of you, and it's not in the best interest of the town. And just one last comment, the contractor who supervised this bill, he's of the non-compliant FEMA structure, he's unlicensed, and he's representing himself to the town as a licensed contractor, which based on Florida law is illegal. I've also shared this with the town. So I thank you very much, and please remember, as I'm sure you know, there's no retaliation that's allowed in a situation like this. People want to speak up, but people are afraid. So I hope you take this into consideration.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things we're working on. The comprehensive emergency management plan. We will be having a drill probably sometime in July or August. We meet weekly at this point. Started out meeting with my senior staff. We're starting to branch it out a little further with mid-level management, and we'll go further out as we go. But I'll keep more information before you as we go. The streetlight project should be getting underway probably sometime toward the end of June, 1st of July. We've got a confirmed vendor shipment of the first delivery of poles for 8/9/24. Having said that, the process will start with putting undergrounding with conduit and electrical lines, excuse me, to make sure that, they do section by section. So when the poles come in, they'll start going up. The second delivery is 9/13. Both of these Harbor Master, thank you. Harbor Master, that should be starting next week. We will this week be sending out a press release, a media release with all his information. We're excited about that. I think he starts the 17th, 15th. So that's coming really close. So that is good stuff. We are negotiating, should be hearing today about a planner. So a lot of positive things going on. We feel like in the town, we continue to move forward. And of course, we're always here to serve at your pleasure. And I appreciate the fact that you're still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 3:00 in the afternoon.
You better put your readers back on.
I'm not.
Anything for Andy? No? Town attorney items?
Nothing. Thank you.
Nothing. Okay. Council items, members and reports. We'll do individual first, then go back. Is everybody okay with that? To do the, John?
I'm ready to move on, so I don't have anything.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Council Woodson?
I had one thing, but I think it's more appropriate for the agenda management at M&P.
Okay. Council Stafford?
I do not have anything at this time.
Okay, and for the sake of time, I don't have anything pertinent either. So, yearly review of the town manager. I don't know that was ever said, as long as I can
Really?
remember.
Well,
Lucky you're going to get to be the first.
Well, the good news is, the bad news is, everybody should be reviewed, right? And we're here for that. And the bad news is it's almost 3:00. We'd kind of hoped you'd have been a little more alert when we got to this, but it is what it is. Because I hope you put only because your mind's tired and you won't put your full energy into it. I fully expect to be evaluated just like I will every other employee. That's important to me. And on April 1st, 2024, Talisa sent you and by the way, Talisa is not here due to, personal matter. We all can imagine, she's expecting a baby any day. So we've given her excuse, not to be here, but she was to be here to kind of talk about, the process that we went through. It's we're contractually obligated based off of my contract, to do a review. I think it's important to do that. It's always uncomfortable to speak about the manager in public, but it's always even more uncomfortable for him to receive, good or bad or good. It's just not my thing. My thing is to just do my job and to keep going and keep coming in. I think I'm a day-to-day employee. I say that everywhere I go. Contracts are important, but they're only as good as the paper they're written on. At the end of the day, you do control a lot of things. So I appreciate the year that we've had. I think we've grown a lot. I think we've seen a lot. I think this group right here has done a lot. We've had some changes. We've had some improvements. People have come and people have left, but the people who've left, we've had a good reason for the reason why they left. I take this very serious. It's very important to me. I've been doing this for 20 years. And I think if you look back to where we were in April of last year and then where we are today, you didn't know what you were getting. I didn't know what I was getting. But I think we've kind of gelled as a pretty good cohesive team. I've got a good crew that works with me. Don't ask them anything about me, but no, I would feel very comfortable if I left the room and you had a chance to talk to them, that whatever they said would be heartfelt and well thought out of. But we try to work together. Nothing's perfect, but we try to make it as perfect as we can, and we do strive for excellence. And as I say to staff, we try to get a win every day. Sometimes it doesn't seem like we did, but if you look back over the last 365 plus days, we had a lot of wins. We have a lot more in our future. These trailers, that was a win. The new town hall is going to be a win. The park and some of little things add up over time. But I appreciate our relationship and looking forward to the next year. And I think all we need to do is recognize that we completed your assigned task. And I don't know, Becky can opine on that. I don't know if you need to approve or accept the evaluation.
They've already done the evaluation.
Correct.
So
completed.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, maybe somebody would like to say some comments.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I do.
Motion to.
Go ahead.
I have to. I know this is weird, but in the short time since I got elected, I've had 5 town managers. And now some lasted longer than others, but it's always been an improvement from each one to the last one. And I'm very happy and proud of where we are today. And I thank you for that.
Oh,
In the interim.
That's right. That's right. That's right. I forgot about the 1 week town manager.
Right.
Who was a huge improvement over the previous one.
Jim. Yeah, Jim was.
Jim Steele.
Jim
Yeah,
Steele.
Jim Steele.
He was in for a week before Keith came in.
It's Jim. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Keith
what do you
and
think?
Chris.
I would say this, the culture shift under your leadership has been tremendous. The concept of you and your team working for the residents and the business folks of our island, as opposed to the other way around, I think has been transformational. I would say the way that you delegate your authority to people like Frankie and your division heads demonstrates a comfort in your own skin. It demonstrates a humility. It demonstrates leadership, and it demonstrates what I think is most important, which is servant leadership. So I think you've established your footprint for this town, and it's been well established, and you and your team have. And I encourage you as you go forward now, because you clearly have established the trust of this counselor, and I think my colleagues as well. I encourage you to use all of your years of experience to begin to more aggressively lead. And when I say aggressively lead, it's not as if you haven't been leading, but to work under the assumption that we're all on the same vision and path together, and you can start making these smaller decisions without worrying about the council. And obviously the broader policy decisions, we would love to make those in concert with you, but I encourage you now to lead and not worry about some of this. You've been so gracious in communicating a lot of the small stuff, but I think now you've got the trust where the small stuff you move on, and then the big picture stuff we work together on. That would be my only suggestion, and it's based upon the wonderful record that you've already established. So I'm so thankful that you are here. I'm thankful for the team that you've established, and it's just a joy to be part of this operation, and an honor and a privilege. So thank you, Andy, for your service.
Councilor Woodson?
Excuse me. I'll piggyback on what Vice Mayor Adderholt said. I think now is the time to take those additional next steps. I mean, the team that you have brought in, the people that you have hired, all looking at camaraderie, culture, personality fit, along with expertise. But I think the culture being the most important part as we've shifted and going forward. So I think your team that you've established is phenomenal. I think the internal hiring that you've been able to promote and latch onto, and then bringing other people in from the outside when needed, but you always look internally first. And I think that's really important for the organization. As I've said, I think we have a great relationship. I think this whole team has a great relationship, and you're kind of spearheading that from the internal perspective. And so I say great job and move forward.
Well, I've got a unique experience that you're my only town manager. But given that, I kind of looked. I did the review based on my couple months, but I can also tell you as a citizen prior to being on the council, I was really impressed, and I think a prime example is the Bayside Park concert series. You had a vision, and you worked well with the community to come up with a plan. You executed it, and that thing was just supposed to last a couple months. And people plan their weekends. Hey, I'll meet you down at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock on Sunday. it's almost a natural thing now. And I think you see what you've done there. You entered and not only doing it, but gosh, first couple weeks, you and Frankie were picking up garbage. You're helping fold chair. I mean, you guys were involved, and that's what this town wants as a leader. They want somebody engaged, somebody with a vision, and somebody that, you know, I love that you know, every day, let's get a win. That's a great attitude to have. Since I've been on council, you and Frankie had made it real easy for me. And I've learned a lot, and you know, I think as we said, we're all headed in the right direction. Keep going.
You ready for this? No. No, I think everyone said it very well. I won't reiterate a lot of what they said. You know, when you first came in, you were drinking through a fire hose, to say it lightly, you know. And I think you quickly realized that you had to assemble a team that you could delegate to, which you did and continue to do. You know, you and I were attached to the hip quite for the first 6 months, every hour of every day. And it wasn't because I had to be there. It was just to be answering questions. You had questions about where's Bayside Park, you know,
Details.
yeah, details, like just trying to find out where's the water plant, you know, things like that. So, and very quickly you picked it up. And I think now you've gotten to that stage where, you know how we think, you know, how, you know, our expectations, and you know, the vision and the road we're trying to go down. And to Vice Mayor Adderholt's point, I think going forward into the next year, I think taking that next step of just picking up the ball, if you will, and running with it, and making the decisions, knowing that you have the support, and anything that you feel, that's one of the best qualities about you, is if you feel it could be something, you know, controversial or something that is very important, you make sure that it gets out to the public. You make sure that they know that we're going to make the decision. It's not just you're recommending it. We're finally making the policy decision. So taking that to the next step is the only real, I wouldn't call it criticism, but advice I would say for you to go, knowing that you have 5 people that have your back, and
Big deal.
looking forward to the next year.
Absolutely.
All right, John.
Move to adjourn.
All right, got a motion from Counselor
Second.
Counselor King, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.